You're looking for sports talk centered around the latest odds and prop bets for games, races, tournaments, or any sporting event. Sports Grid Radio, Sirius XM, Channel 159.
24/7, 365. Coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio, Channel 90.
Canadian. No appointments needed.
CJCL Toronto. This
slams the ball to right field, way back, way gone!
Is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Low rounding and heading for second to throw. In time!
On the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The series finale of the Blue Jays and the Padres at Rogers Center. Take a look in that closet. Don't quite grab it yet, but get your broom ready as the Blue Jays look for a sweep today against one of the best in the National League. Hi, everyone. Welcome to downtown Toronto. I'm Ben Schulman alongside former Major League pitcher Chris LaRue. Show Ali is our host and producer today. Tom Young and Christian Chiniti are our technical directors. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Brockville and Cornwall. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Pitching has led the way in this series for the Blue Jays. They have shut out the Padres on back-to-back nights. Toronto starts Bowden Francis today looking for a bounce back. He'll go up against Steven Kolick, who did throw a shutout this year against the Rockies, but also got hit around in his last outing against the Mariners. Francis's first pitch lineup standings coming up on the other side. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, streaming at sportsnet.ca on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which loony dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your loony dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the
What's up, Blue Jays fans? Thank you for hanging out with us from work from home. Work from dome. Yeah, the Sky Dome. Work from dome day. I'll be at the office, though, as no working remote for me today. Thank you for hanging out with us. Please hit that like button. Please share this link out. Let's make it a difference in our community with SickKids Hospital through our Playoff Pulse campaign, as a percentage of revenue from today's Blue Jays game and every Blue Jays game will be donated directly to SickKids Hospital. Our Jays woke up against the Padres. We got that 3-0 win in game one, and then the bats woke up. Oh my God, Vladdy hitting home runs. Santander getting the bat going. Bo Bichette pitching in. The Blue Jays, it's like we called it in the description. Check yesterday's video description, and you'll see. We called the bats waking up. Let's get the sweep today, Blue Jays, and let's go on our way and get a playoff push going here. What do you think, Blue Jays fans? A little something special here in the mail. Our play button has arrived. It is here. Thank you, insiders, for helping us achieve this amazing milestone. And always remember that you can follow your dreams. I'm just a regular dude, dad of 4, with a regular job. And I got a YouTube plaque. Go TSI go, go Blue Jays go, go you go, follow your dreams, and never ever give up. We'll see you in the chat.
Work Radio. We're talking baseball with you all season long on Sirius XM Channel 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Network.
The pitch. Swing and a high fly ball. Deep right field. Tatis back at the track. It's out of here. The 0-1. Swing and a high fly ball deep right center field. Merrill going back at the track. It's down at the base of the wall. Guerrero scores. Springer scores. Up to third, Alejandro Kirk. A 2-run double for Jonathan Clase off the bench. Pitch to Dalton Varsho is hit high. Deep center field. Merrill at the track. Stumbling near the wall. It is gone! Grand slam, Dalton Varsho. Utter domination, 14-0. The final score. That was the Blue Jays win yesterday. An absolute thrashing of the San Diego Padres. Toronto won 14-0 over San Diego with 12 runs in the 7th and 8th combined. Now they come back looking to sweep away the Padres alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Chris, they pitched great, but even if they didn't, if you score 14 runs, you're going to win pretty much every game.
Well, it's hard to believe, but that game was a pitcher's duel up until the 6th inning. The Blue Jays, like you said, scoring 12 runs late in that ball game. But the most impressive thing that I noticed in that ball game is that the offense took advantage of all the miscues that the Padres had late in that ball game. A great job from them.
Help the Blue Jays get to 500. Let's take a look at the Bet365 standings. At Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. The Yankees 29-19 atop the division. Blue Jays 24-24, 5 back. Red Sox are 25-26, 5.5 back, with the Rays a game behind them, 23-26. Orioles are 16-32. 13 back, and the Padres third in the NL West at 27-20, 2.5 back of the Dodgers. As Bowden Francis warms up, let's take a look at the lineup, starting with Mike Schultz, Padres.
Well, leading off for those Padres is Fernando Tatis Jr. He's in right field this afternoon. Batting second is Luis Arraez. He's DHing. At third base, batting third is Manny Machado. In the cleanup spot is Jackson Merrill. He's in center field. At first base, hitting fifth is Gavin Sheets. At second base, batting sixth is Jake Cronenworth. Behind the dish is Elias Diaz. He's hitting seventh. Batting eighth is Jose Iglesias. He's at shortstop. And batting ninth is Brandon Lockridge. He'll be in left field this afternoon for the Padres. On the mound is Stephen Kolek. For the Toronto Blue Jays, leading off and playing shortstop is Bo Bichette. At first base, batting second is Vladimir Guerrero Jr. At third base is Dalton Varsho. He's DHing. At third base in the cleanup spot is Addison Barger. Batting fifth is Ernie Clement. He's at second base. In right field, batting sixth is Nathan Lucas. Batting seventh in left field is Jonathan Clase. In center field, hitting eighth is Miles Straw. And behind the dish, batting ninth is Tyler Heineman. On the mound for the Blue Jays is righty Bowden Francis.
29-year-old Floridian Bowden Francis, 6'5", 220 pounds, makes his 10th start of the year. He's 2-6 with a 5.63 earned run average, and frankly, it just has not gone well for Francis over his last 5 starts. He's allowed 21 earned runs in 23 1/3 innings in that stretch, including 4 and 4 2/3 in his last start against Detroit.
Well, he just needs to locate better. I know that sounds a little bit too simple, but it really is as simple as that. Locate that fastball, locate that split finger, and he should be fine.
Francis in the royal blue jersey, white pants, royal blue cap, dark brown jersey for the Padres today, light brown pants. Francis kicks and offers to Fernando Tatis Jr., and it's a swing and a miss to start the day. Time of the first pitch is 1:07 Eastern. It's even rainier today in Toronto than it was yesterday, so the roof remains closed. Right-handers 0-1. Check swing, pitch down and away. Pump out of the glove by Heineman. He liked that pitch, a slider outside. It's 1-1.
Yeah, it had good bite to it. Wasn't located perfectly, but it had very good bite to it. I agree with Tyler Heineman.
Into the wind, here's the 1-1. Inside, Tatis backs off the plate. 2 balls, 1 strike. The mix for Francis, 4-seam splitter, curve slider, and sinker. Facing Fernando Tatis Jr., 6'4" right fielder, swings and misses at the 2-1. It's 2-2.
That's pretty good velo right there. 94 miles an hour, about thigh high. Fernando Tatis just swings right through it.
Long dark hair coming out of the back of the helmet for Tatis. Open stance, right side. The 2-2 offering. Called, strike 3. 94 on the black outside, 1 down.
Well, I know it's a small sample size, but that's a pretty good sign. Threw a lot of good pitches to a very tough hitter during that at-bat. Got Tatis was watching that fastball at 94 on the outside part for strike 3.
See an early punch-out call from home plate umpire James Jean. Adam Hammery at first. Nestor Seja second. Crew chief Todd Tishner is at third. Big first out because Luis Arraez is up now. Left-handed hitting DH. The pitch. Just below the knees at 94. Ball 1. Former Twin and Marlin. Arraez came up with a pair of hits yesterday. had a double and a triple. The pitch. Hit off the handle, a humpback liner to second, reeled in by Clement. And there are 2 down.
Another good pitch, a fastball on the inside part. I mean, that's really the only place that you can get Luis Arraez, on the inside part, almost on the black. He gets jammed there for the easy out.
2 quick outs in this first inning. That's brought to you by Armstrong Bird Food. Armstrong Bird Food, the reason birds fly north. Feeding Blue Jays since 1986. Visit ArmstrongBirdFood.com. Into the wind, the pitch to Manny Machado. Check swing. Pitch was high. Appeal down to first, and a slow no-swing sign from Adam Hammery. 1-0.
Ben, is it strange that out of all the star power in this Padres lineup, I enjoy watching Arraez the most?
I don't think it's strange.
Yeah.
1-0. Called low. Looked like a pretty good curve there. 2 balls, no strikes. Arraez is a unique style. You don't have that kind of contact hitter around the game very much anymore. The 2-0. Swing and a miss, 2-1. And correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't you a big Olerud guy?
I was.
So doesn't that make a lot of sense?
Yeah, I guess so. Olerud had a little bit more power than Arraez did. Maybe a lot more power than Arraez did.
The 2-1. Swing and a high fly ball. Medium depth left center field. Miles Straw's out in center today. He moves into the gap, makes the catch to his left. And it's a quick and tidy 1-2-3 top of the first for Bowden Francis. No score, Padres and Blue Jays. Bo Bichette to lead it off for Toronto when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Not tomorrow, not someday. The home improvements begin today. It's game on with Timber Mart. Build that deck, raise that fence, landscape till your property is beautiful. Make no payments for 12 months with the Timber Mart Deferred Payment Program. Apply for a Timber Mart project card today and pay later, 12 months later. Financing provided by Fairstone Financial Inc. Conditions apply. Ask in store for details or apply at timbermart.ca. Locally owned, proudly Canadian. Timber Mart is Canada's building center.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Break 365 must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swing and a high fly ball, deep left field. At the wall, it's gone!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. Bottom of the first inning between the Blue Jays and the Padres. No score. Bo Bichette leading off. Right-hander Stephen Kolek into the wind. His pitch. Outside, ball 1. Fourth start of the year for the converted reliever, Stephen Kolek. 6'3", 210 pounds from Houston, Texas. His 1-0. Hit on the ground towards second. Fielded chest high by Jake Cronenworth, who throws over to first for the out. On the season, it's been a great start to the year for Kolek. 3 starts, 233 earned run average. He's 2-1. And a lot of that success came in one start. He went all 9 innings, shutting out the Colorado Rockies 2 starts ago in the 21-0 Padre win.
Well, the most impressive thing about that start, it was at Coors.
Yeah. The pitch. High ball 1. Say what you will about the Rockies, who are 8-41 entering today, but the elements at Coors make that improbable no matter who's hitting. The pitch to Vlad, swing and a miss, 1-1.
You give up a shallow fly ball to left field, it's potentially a home run.
For sure. Kolek's got some juice, though. Mid-90s four-seamer and sinker for the righty. His pitch. Hit back by Vlad. Foul into Elias Diaz. 1-2.
Some decent sink on that sinker, too, from Kolek. 94, 95 miles an hour. You can see the awkward swing from Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on that last sinker.
He's going to give you over 50% fastballs, whether it's that sinker or the four-seamer. Slider, change, sweeper, and cutter, too. He misses up top with a heater to make it 2 balls, 2 strikes. Guerrero asks for time and steps out. Advanced his on-base streak to 21 games yesterday when he came up with an RBI single in the 7th. Went 1 for 5, scored twice in the game because he also reached on a fielder's choice. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Sinking fastball in on the hands, 2 down.
And that was a good one. Started on the inner third and ended up off the plate inside. A tough pitch. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. swinging just over the top of it.
So 2 down early for Kolek, who looks at the baseball, now wipes some dirt or some sweat off his forehead before stepping back on. No score. Blue Jays and Padres. Bases empty. And the pitch to Dalton Varsho. Called a strike. Stephen Kolek, originally a Dodgers draft pick, 11th rounder in 2018 out of Texas A&M. The 0-1. Fouled away. Varsho reached for an off-speed pitch off the plate. 0-2. Kolek was a starter in the Dodgers system, got traded to Seattle in 2021, and then he ended up becoming a minor league reliever. 0-2. Fouled back again, still 0-2. Pitched a couple years in their system, didn't crack the majors. Got to the Padres because of the Rule 5 draft, 9th selection in the 2024 Rule 5 draft. 0-2. Called strike 3, and that pitch is just nowhere close. Dalton Varsho goes down on a miss there from James Jean, and that will do it for the bottom of the first inning. 1-2-3 with 2 strikeouts from Kolek. No score, Blue Jays and Padres after 1. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hear every game of the NBA playoffs on SiriusXM. He's going to fire up a 3 for the win! Don't miss a second of the action all the way through the NBA Finals.
It's good from the left wing. Jalen Brunson is red hot.
And throughout the playoffs, get closer to the storylines that matter on NBA Radio, Channel 86.
There are certain guys that you need to be a part of your roster to win NBA championships.
Listen to home and away broadcasts of every NBA playoff game on your radio and the SiriusXM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday.
5 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Coca-Cola 600
from Charlotte Motor Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
The Blue Jays are in flight, leading 3-0.
Blue Jays fans, this is Ross Atkins, and you're listening to Blue Jays Baseball on Sirius XM.
Say you will.
Second inning at Rogers Center. Scoreless ballgame. Blue Jays and Padres. Thanks for tuning in today. Here's the pitch from Bowden Francis to Jackson Merrill. Lined up the middle, down in center field for a base hit. Merrill around first. He'll go back to the bag. The 22-year-old has the first Padres knock today.
That actually wasn't a bad pitch. Bowden Francis was trying to sneak a strike in there with that backdoor curveball. It was right down the middle, an 0-0 pitch, and Jackson Merrill just waits back and hammers that thing into center field.
And you can see why. They were invested enough in Merrill to give him the big extension. He's on first, and the pitch now to Gavin Sheets, left-handed hitter. Swing and a fly ball deep right. Going back, Lucas on the warning track at the wall, looking up. It's gone. Into the Padre bullpen, a 2-run shot for Gavin Sheets. And the Padres take an early 2-0 lead.
Just a four-seam fastball right down the middle. Gavin Sheets shows a lot of that power there. His 7th home run of the season, 98 miles off the bat. Just sneaks over that fence in right field.
What a find he's been for the Padres. Most home runs he had hit in a season before this year was 15. He's on pace to smash that with now his 7th already. So 2-0 on 2 pitches here in the top of the second, and now the offering goes in for ball 1 to Jake Cronenworth. Welcome to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Joe Ali, our host and producer, Tom Young and Christian Chiniti, our technical directors. The 1-0 in the dirt. Cronenworth, the last of 3 left-handed hitters in a row. Merrill singling and Sheets homering to make it 2-0. The pitch. Check swing liner foul. Gets bounded back in the count. 2-1. And again, this is what we've returned to a couple times watching Francis starts recently. It's not really walking, guys. It's not necessarily the mix that needs to change. It's just not getting it to the location, like you had said right off the top, Chris. Francis steps to the left, and now is 2-1. High and outside, ball 3.
Yeah, the pitches that he's throwing are strikes. They're just hittable strikes. And you can see Tyler Heineman set up outside off the plate even, and he's just leaking that fastball over the middle of the plate.
3-1 is outside for ball 4. After the single and homer, a walk for Cronenworth. 1 on, nobody out.
Tyler Heineman's going to go have a chat with Bowden Francis right now.
Try and settle down the 29-year-old. You got 2 pitchers in this game, Kolek and Francis, who might not be that young, but they are in terms of their major league experience. Tyler Heineman, 34 years old, has been around for a while, talking to the right-hander Francis right now.
That's a good mound visit by Tyler Heineman. Going out there, calming down your pitcher, giving up 2 quick runs here in this inning, and then walking Cronenworth. You have a double play candidate and Diaz up at the plate. Hey, throw a pitch down and away, get him to ground, hit a ground ball to shortstop, get 2 quick outs in this inning.
Francis kicks and offers. Elias Diaz pops it up, foul back behind the plate, 0-1. We've seen Diaz each of the last 2 days, but this is his first start, as Mike Schilt and the Padres have run with strictly personal catchers so far this year. Standing tall, righty box. Diaz with an open stance. The pitch. Swing and a miss. It's a good slider right there from Bowden Francis. 0-2. School day here today at Rogers Center. Lots of school buses in and around downtown Toronto. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Second strikeout of the day for Francis, and a good bounce back after the mound visit as he goes heavily with the slider to get Diaz. 1 down.
And again, like you said, it's not the sequence that's the problem, it's the location, and that one right there was perfect location. The slider before that was perfect location. We need to see more of that from Bowden Francis going forward.
Maybe another double play candidate up now. Veteran infielder Jose Iglesias draws his first start of the set. The pitch. Called a strike. That one leaked over the middle, but another slider has worked out so far for Francis. At times, that slider, his 4th pitch. When the splitter is working, he uses it a ton. Curveball has always been a big pitch for Bowden. The 0-1. Hit back foul, 0-2.
That's a good pitch. You have to mix in the fastball inside. Doesn't have to be off the plate, but it has to at least be on the inner third. And that one right there, just 92 miles an hour, but located perfectly.
Iglesias swings the bat below his knees, brings it up down to his right shoulder, waving it around. Runner on first, 0-2. Hit on the ground, foul. Might have bounced it off his own foot, Jose Iglesias, as he sent it toward the Blue Jays' third base dugout. Jose Iglesias coming off a big year with the Mets, but had to wait until he was signed pretty late by the Padres. Signed in early March. The 0-2. Hit on the ground just over the mound. Second baseman Clements only play his first, slings it over just in time. That was a tricky one. It was hit softly over the mound. Francis looked like he might have it for a second, went under his glove, so Clement had to change course a little bit. By the time he picked it up, Cronenworth was past him, but he had the presence of mind to throw to first.
There was a lot of spin on that ground ball from Iglesias. It's actually a good thing that Ernie Clement didn't try to go to second base, underhand that ball to second base. Cronenworth was almost already at the bag when Ernie Clement fielded that ground ball.
So Cronenworth on second, 2-0 Padres, top of the second inning. The pitch now goes in and hits the zone to Brandon Lockridge, 0-1. For the Padres, 2 runs is the most they've had in a long time. Their 5-game losing streak, they scored 1 or fewer in each of the 5 games. The 0-1, swing and a miss. Right back to the slider, strike to ball. It ran off the plate, 0-2.
That slider's really working so far, at least early on in this ball game. Might want to mix in another one of those.
Right-handed hitting Lockridge. Twists his hips. Now brings his bat up to rest on the shoulder. 0-2 hit on the ground foul. This second inning is presented by Bet365. With Bet365, you can watch thousands of live games, build your own bet, and you can even make a bet while the game's still being played. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. Cronenworth on second. Francis looks at him. Now the 0-2. High, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
After that split finger in the 0-2 count to Lockridge, Bowden Francis knew that he missed his spot and he started shaking his head. That's one thing I learned early on in my career. Don't ever shake your head because you're letting the hitter know that you missed your spot.
The 1-2. Just missed up high with a fastball. And it's the mental edge you don't want them to get?
Right.
Francis trying to get out of the inning. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Beat him with a fastball up and in. But the Padres strike for a pair. Leadoff single by Merrill, cashed in by the Gavin Sheets 2-run homer. And it's 2-0 San Diego, middle of the second. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Strike 3. Kevin Gausman strikes out this side.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bottom of the second, 2-0 Padres, and the pitch to Addison Barger. Misses outside, ball 1. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Thanks for tuning in today. Gavin Sheets with a 2-run homer in the top of the second has given the Padres an early advantage. 1-0. Called a strike, 1-1. Addison Barger hitting in the cleanup spot today for the Blue Jays. Alejandro Kirk, George Springer, and Anthony Santander all out of the lineup. 1-1. Swinging a liner down in right center field, rolling into the gap. Barger burning around first. He'll hit the brakes. Tatis got to it quickly, so it's a loud leadoff single.
Another great swing from Addison Barger. When you mentioned that he's in the cleanup spot, I thought to myself, I hope that he doesn't try to do too much just because he's in that cleanup spot. That swing right there was perfect. It was compact. A single right back up the middle.
Barger aboard, and now loud cheers for Ernie Clement, the second baseman. Kolek from the stretch looks over his shoulder. The pitch. Hit high, right center field. Going back Merrill. Same with Tatis. Tatis just in front of the track makes the catch. 1 out.
Pretty good piece of contact on that cutter from Kolek. Ernie Clement driving that ball about 10 feet from the wall in right center.
That's back-to-back pitches from Kolek. It kind of leaked right over the middle. That got him in trouble in his last start against Seattle, especially early. The Mariners jumped on him for a run in the first 2 runs in the third. In fact, they had hits on each of his first 2 pitches of the game. He had a better top of the first, or rather bottom of the first, in this one. Now we're in the bottom of the second. The pitch to Nathan Lucas, down and in, ball 1. Nathan Lucas batting .266 on the year, .809 on base plus slugging. Hit his 4th home run yesterday. 1-0. Called a strike. Looked a little outside. 1-1.
Nathan Lucas is slowly starting to look like an everyday big leaguer, doesn't he?
I mean, he is really surprising, I think, with the power specifically. This is a guy who did not hit for much power in the minors or in his previous major league experience. 1-1. Outside and low, 2-1. You just have to look back to last year. Lucas had 76 at-bats last year. He hit 1 homer. This year he has 79 at-bats and 4 homers. Next pitch. Called a strike right on the outside corner with the cutter, 2-2. Barger on first, getting some instruction from Mark Budzinski, the first base coach. Barger takes a 2.5-step lead. The pitch. Just inside. Lucas turned away like it was further inside, but it was a gutsy take, and now it's a full count.
Yeah, that pitch right there is a really good sinker. Started at the front hip of Nathan Lucas and almost came back over the plate for strike 3.
The payoff pitch. High and outside, ball 4. Another good take from Lucas. Up to second goes Barger. Nathan Lucas down to first with a walk.
He's such a pro. What a take. A 3-2 count. Takes a tough 4-seam fastball just off the plate outside for ball 4.
Now 2 are aboard for Jonathan Clase. Drawing his first start of the series. The 22-year-old switch-hitting left fielder will hit from the left side. Kolek's pitch. Called a strike. Jonathan Clase came off the bench yesterday when Anthony Santander was lifted. Santander left the game with left hip inflammation. The 0-1. Hit to left field, looping and down for a base hit. Barger waited, so he'll stop at third. Up to second goes Lucas. It's a single for Clase, and the bases are loaded with 1 out.
Well, I think if Addison Barger didn't have to wait to see if Brandon Lockridge was going to catch that ball in left field, he probably would have scored on that single from Jonathan Clase. But a good job from him making sure there's only 1 out in this inning. You don't want to force anything and get thrown out at home plate.
That'll prompt a mound visit from Ruben Niebla, with the Blue Jays coming up with 2 singles and a walk out of the first 4 batters this inning.
Ben, did you walk to the stadium today or did you drive?
I drove to.
So you had to deal with all the buses.
I did better than the rain. We saw what Ben Nicholson-Smith looked like when we walked in, from having to walk just from Union to the ballpark. It looked like he showered right before he got to the park.
No, it's a new look. Didn't he say it's a new look that he's trying out? The wet look.
The slick back. Yeah. No, it's a rainy day, but you don't feel that inside here with the roof closed and the building loud with all the school kids around. A lot of energy, and the Blue Jays are trying to pay that off here with a big chance to tie this ball game or maybe even take the lead.
There's also some excitement that the Blue Jays are back at 500.
Absolutely.
24-24 on this young season.
Bases are loaded. Niebla mound visit over. And with 1 out, here comes Miles Straw. Straw batting .307 on the year. 4 doubles and a homer, 8 RBIs. Infield plays at double play depth, except for the first baseman Sheets. He's in just in front of the line. The pitch. Just downstairs, ball one.
That's a good take. Just below that strike zone.
Straw looks out, twirls his bat around. It's got a black handle, red barrel. He stands up tall, pretty even stance, right side. 1-0. Fouled away. Hit it off of his foot. It rolls back right to the pitcher, Kolek, who dumps it away. 1-1. Straw getting an extra second from James Jean. Seems to be all right as he steps back in, digging that back right foot into the chalk at the back of the box. Bases are loaded. 1 out. The 1-1. Hit on the ground towards shortstop. Picked up Iglesias. Flips to Cronenworth. 1 over to first. Double play, and Kolek clapping his hands as he gets out of the jam. A 6-4-3 double play means no runs for the Blue Jays after 2 hits. 2 left for Toronto in the bottom of the second. 2-0 Padres as we go to the third. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Timber Mart is Canada's building center, a solid neighbor to call upon when you've got a job to do. Your dependable home improvement store that offers the added value of Air Miles reward miles with every purchase of $15 or more. For a participating location, visit timbermart.ca.
Hey Blue Jays fans, thank you for hanging out with us. What do we think so far about today's game? How are our Jays doing? Let us know in the chat, and let us know where you're watching from as well. Let's see how far out Blue Jays Nation reaches here on TSI. Let us know your city and province in the chat, city and state if you're in the USA. All over the world, let's see those flag emojis. And oh yeah, you can always click our link that's pinned in the description. And that'll take you right to our live viewer map on our website so you can see where everybody else in the world is watching from. Now let's get back to the baseball. Come on, Blue Jays. Let's go. Let's pump them up. Let's get the W today.
Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connexontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Going back, Marshall slips on the warning track and makes the catch!
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to downtown Toronto. Top of the third inning, 2-0 Padres, and the top of the order for San Diego. But first, something's going on in left field. An object is on the field, I think a baseball. So Jonathan Clase goes over, makes sure that the school kid has his souvenir back, and now we're ready to go. Bowden Francis trying to bounce back after a tough second. Gave up a single, a homer, and then a walk before retiring 3 straight. His pitch to Fernando Tatis Jr. Down and away, ball 1. Tatis, a strikeout victim in the first, punched out on a 94-mile-an-hour heater from Bowden Francis. 1-0. Check swing, pitch down and away, 2-0. It is looking like the best year for Fernando Tatis Jr. since that big 2021 season when he hit 42 homers. He takes again this one a strike, 2-1.
Yeah, he hasn't been great in this series, but for the majority of this season, he's been locked in. He's been very good. He even missed that 4-seamer right down the middle against Bowden Francis in the first inning. I bet he doesn't do that again.
2-1 in the dirt as he held up the swing once more, 3-1. And like you said, he really hasn't been all that great this series, and he's still hitting .294, .902 OPS, 12 home runs. The 3-1 fouled off the mask of Tyler Heineman, who asks for a new baseball. James Jean's going to give him a sec. Heineman will take off the mask. It's 2-2.
Yeah, James Jean doing a good job just walking that baseball out to Bowden Francis, giving Tyler Heineman as much time as he'll need. Oh boy, that squared him up in the mask. That can't feel good. Really shocks the jaw when that happens.
Heineman, unlike Kirk, wears the old-style mask, backwards hard helmet, and then two-piece with the face mask coming over top of it. He's good to go, though, in the crouch, making signals to Francis with a full count, nobody out. The pitch. Fouled away.
Tatis is just missing fastballs.
Yeah.
2 straight fastballs, very hittable locations the last couple of pitches, and he's just fouling them off, missing them.
It's almost like he's sitting something else.
Sit, spin, react fastball. That's what Luis Arraez does. I don't know if Fernando Tatis does that, but
3-2 again. Down and away ball for Tatis. Takes a leadoff walk. We're in the third inning, which is brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Brockville and Cornwall. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986, so protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center or visit crown.com. Crown, Canada's #1 rust protection. Luis Arraez is up. Runner on first, nobody out. 2-0 Padres, top of 3. The pitch. Arraez faked to square for bunt and then takes a strike, 0-1.
Addison Barger was playing way back. Probably would have been a good thing if Luis Arraez was able to get that bunt down, but Addison Barger came running in. Now is at the cut of that grass.
0-1. Check swing. Arraez yanks the bat back fiercely as he takes that ball up high. 1-1.
Even when he flinches at a pitch, you can see the frustration in his face. Like he's so perfect and he's such a perfectionist that he doesn't want his body moving when it's a ball.
1-1. Fouled away. 1-2.
He's such an interesting guy to watch. So many things going on.
He's as locked in at the plate, really, as anyone on the Padres right now. While they've been shut out 2 days in a row, he's been really good. He had the double in the opener in the first inning, the 2 extra base hits yesterday. One-two pitch. Poke to the third base side on the ground, foul. Still 1-2.
That was such a good protection right there from Luis Arraez. He was fooled by that four-seam fastball on the black outside. Really a perfect pitch. And at the last second just flicks the bat and stays alive with a little foul ball.
Almost took it out of the glove of Heineman, how late he swung. Arraez sets up, hands off of his chest, holding the bat high. 1-2. Hit away foul.
Just when you think he's going to swing and miss at an elevated fastball, makes contact with it.
And that last pitch, and that was above the letters that he just swung at.
It's pretty fun. It's pretty fun to watch. Like I said, I have a lot of fun watching him.
Tatis on first, nobody out. Long look in from Francis, another 1-2. In the dirt, Tatis started to take off. Back pick, Heineman is high, and a leaping catch by Vlad. Tatis dives back in under the tag. Padres like to be aggressive on dirt balls. If they think the pitch is going in the dirt, they'll take off quickly. Tatis, though, got a little overzealous there, and if that throws right on the money, perhaps he's out.
Well, Tyler Heineman did a perfect job blocking that baseball. It maybe rolled a foot away from him. I think that's what stopped Fernando Tatis in his tracks at first base.
2-2 hit on the ground to second. Clement up with it, throws to second one. Bichette over to first. Double play. It was a long throw for Ernie back to second, but he got it there quick. Bo delivered a strike to first. 4-6-3 double play. 2 outs.
Doesn't happen all that often, but Luis Arraez hits into a perfect double play. A big 2 outs for Bowden Francis after walking the leadoff guy.
The base is empty for the dangerous Manny Machado. Machado stands straight up, leaning back as Francis winds and offers. Swing and a pop-up, foul, first base side into the seats, 0-1. Read a really interesting article about Manny Machado coming into this series. The Padres are perennially now an exciting team, a contending team. And really, you can trace that back to their signing of Manny Machado. Next pitch, swing and a miss, 0-2. when he signs with them, coming off a World Series appearance with the Dodgers, there's no Tatis. There is no Musgrove at that point. There is no Darvish. 0-2. Foul back, still 0-2. He was the first one. Some of those guys didn't have a choice like Tatis, but he was the first one to really take a chance on the Padres.
Which is interesting because if you've ever been to San Diego, if you've ever been to that ballpark, you know it's a beautiful place to be.
Doesn't take that much convincing. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Nice bounce back from Francis. Gets the ground ball double play and then punches out Manny Machado to make it a scoreless top of the third. Still 2-0 San Diego, middle of 3. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on SiriusXM. We're back on the track Sunday,
5 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Coca-Cola 600
from Charlotte Motor Speedway on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 and on the SiriusXM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike 3 and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on SiriusXM Channel 89 and every morning on the SiriusXM app.
Baseball is back. It's former General Manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former Big League GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Tyler Heineman digging in as we get going in the bottom of the third in downtown Toronto. 2-0 Padres alongside Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. Stephen Kolek's pitch. Heineman takes it outside, ball 1. Tyler Heineman drawing the start today on the day game after a night game. Rare 7-1 turnaround in Toronto. 1-0. Low 2 balls, no strikes. There haven't been that many starts this year for Tyler Heineman, but it's been quality over quantity. Batting .386 in his 44 at-bats. The pitch. Called a strike, probably outside, but that makes it 2-1.
Tyler Heineman immediately looked back at James Jean with kind of a sour look on his face. Didn't like that call.
Heineman will ask for time. 17 hits and 44 at-bats. 4 of them doubles, 1 home run, 6 RBIs. Switch hitter bats left, the 2-1. Called a strike. That one was probably on the outside, just barely. It's 2-2.
And he is still adamant that was not a strike. Like you said, probably a better pitch, maybe on the black, but that first pitch is probably what he's thinking about still.
2-2. Inside, ball 3. Bo Bichette on deck. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. standing on the top step of the dugout. He'll hit next. 3-2. Hit on the ground right side, through the hole, a base hit into right field. Under the dive of Cronenworth, it's another hit for Tyler Heineman.
He's been really good this year on the offensive side, on the defensive side, instilling confidence in whoever's out on that mound. He didn't hit that ball hard, but he found that big hole on the right side to lead off this inning.
And you know what he's hitting now?
400.
400.
Yeah. I didn't even look. That was a guess. That's how good I am.
I thought you were going to say you mental math the 18 for 45. Runner on first, nobody out. Pitch here to Bo Bichette. Swing and a bouncer right through that same right side, of base hit into right field. Up to second goes Heineman. Hit too hard for him to think about third. Bo Bichette hits the first pitch he sees, and the Blue Jays have traffic again.
It was a cutter away, but Bo Bichette, as we've seen so often this year, he's so good at going the other way and shooting that big hole on the right side. Such a good swing.
Blue Jays had bases loaded, 1 out in the second, did not score. They still trailed 2-0 in the bottom of the third, and now they have first and second, nobody out, and Vladimir Guerrero Jr. up at the plate.
Let's not mess around this time. Have to score at least 1 run in this inning. Tyler Heineman standing out at second base with 0 outs.
The pitch. Swing and a pop-up beyond first. Running back to second baseman Cronenworth gives way to Tatis, who makes the catch in shallow right. And that goes a long way for Kolek trying to get out of this jam. 1 pitch and 1 out of Vladimir Guerrero Jr.
That was a scary situation for the Padres. Jake Cronenworth was sprinting out. Fernando Tatis Jr. was sprinting in. Luckily for them, nobody collided, but that's a scary situation.
New baseball now for Kolek, and we can welcome you to the Timber Mart broadcast booth. Hit a home run on your next home improvement. For a great selection of renovation products and quality brands, Timber Mart has the bases loaded for a grand slam on every project. Batter up, Timber Mart is Canada's building center. 1 out, first and second. The pitch to Dalton Varsho, called a strike. And I think we'll just have to settle into the fact that it's going to be a wide outer edge of the zone today.
It's on the larger side today for James Jean.
Varsho experienced that in a big way in the first. The 0-1. Hooked on the ground towards second base. Off the glove of the first baseman, Sheets into right field. Coming around third, Heineman scores. Into second, Varsho with a slide. Up to third, Bichette. And it's 2-1 as the Blue Jays score on another Padres miscue in this inning. That ball was bounding towards Jake Cronenworth. Sheets way off of first base. The first baseman went for it, and he didn't field it clean.
Well, I'm pretty sure Sheets was thinking double play before he came up with that baseball, was looking up at second base, looking at his target before that baseball was in his glove, and now the Blue Jays have to take advantage of another error from the San Diego Padres defense.
Yeah, I just think Sheets has no business going for
that baseball.
No
business at all.
Second and third, 1 out, 2-1 game. The pitch to Addison Barger. Outside by a mile, ball 1.
He should know where the second baseman is playing and know that that's his base and immediately go back to first base when that ball's hit.
First start in the field this series for Sheets, 1-0. Called a strike. Bichette on third. Varsho on second. Corners pinched in. The pitch is lined. Left field. Base hit. In to score Bichette. Varsho gets a late stop sign. Dives back into the bag. He's safe at third. At first base is Addison Barger, who's tied the game with an RBI single, 2-2.
How about Addison Barger? He is just locked in, using all parts of the field. Hammers that ball on a line to left field for an RBI. And this game is tied 2-2. And I should say, it was not a late stop from Carlos Fablis, but rather Varsho recognized it late. He came screaming around the bag. Actually fell as he put the brakes on, but scrambled back. And Ruben Niebla is going to come out for a mound visit for a second straight inning as the Blue Jays have capitalized on a Padres error again. Yeah, with 1 out, that's a good call from Carlos Fablis. You can probably send him in that situation, but it's going to be a very close play at home plate. Dalton Varsho doing a good job putting on the brakes and diving back into third base. James Jean circling around this mound visit, trying to break it up right now. You got Niebla, the entire infield, and the pitcher, of course. And Jean basically had to walk himself into the middle of the huddle and say, guys, it's been long enough. It is funny. We put a pitch clock on a lot of different things, which is something I like. On so many different things we have it. We don't have one for the mound visits. We still rely on the umpire having to be semi-confrontational to get rid of a mound visit. Doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
2-2 ball game, bottom of the third. Runners on the corners, 1 out. Pitch to Ernie Clement. Called a strike. Clement 0 for 1 today. Hit a fly ball to deep right field that was brought in by Tatis. He's got the whole right side to work with. Infield is in and shifted a little to third. The 0-1. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
We've seen Ernie Clement shoot that hole on the right side so often, at least recently over the last couple of weeks since he's been pretty hot.
The 1-1. Fouled away. A little bit late on 94, elevated 1-2.
But there's that questionable pitch sequence. There's a huge hole on the right side. The infield is sort of shifted to the left a little bit, but the pitcher and the catcher are throwing outside fastballs to a right-handed hitter. Very interesting.
I got a good story for you on that in a sec. The 1-2. Swinging bunt right in front of home plate, first base side, picked up by Diaz, who throws down to first to get Clement. Advancing to second is Barger, but Varsho couldn't move. They're 2 down. So on that, we've talked about it a bit. I think it makes us both a little crazy when infield shifts and pitching plans seem to work against each other. But a couple nights ago in the opener of this series, Chris Bassett at one point turned around. He moved Ernie Clement, and then a ball got hit right at him. Bassett was seen before the game talking with Carlos Feblas, who does not just third base coaching but infield coaching. He says he's in constant communication with Feblas before starts. Pitch now to Nathan Lucas. Called a strike, looked outside. It's been that kind of day, 0-1. Well, Bassett wants to make sure they're on the same page, essentially. He doesn't want Feblas' defense to set up counter to where he's trying to get guys to hit the ball. 0-1. High, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And like we've talked about at least a few times this season, it just makes no sense, counterintuitive to having success, really. I mean, it just makes no sense to me. It's something that I was thinking about as a player. Now I'm thinking about as a broadcaster. I'm glad that Chris Bassett is the guy that's trying to figure that out.
1-1. Hit on the ground right side. Backing up onto the turf. Cronenworth brings it in, throws to first, and ends the inning. The Blue Jays come up with a pair of runs to tie the game. They do it on 2 hits, including the RBI single from Barger, 1 error from San Diego, and 2 left on base. 2-2 after 3 innings. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Hello, it's me, Katie Nolan, host of Casuals on the SiriusXM Podcast Network. It's a podcast for people who like sports a normal amount. Every Tuesday and Thursday, I'm joined by some of the biggest names in sports and entertainment to break down our favorite news stories from the sports world and beyond. It really doesn't matter what level of sports fandom or knowledge you have, just bring what you've got. We're all here to have fun and learn together. No judgments. You can find Casuals on the SiriusXM app, Pandora, or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to follow the show so you never miss an episode. Love you. Mean it.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
No one brings you the passion of the beautiful game quite like SiriusXM FC.
Would you believe this?
Whether it's live matches from the EPL, MLS, the NWSL, or the UEFA Champions League.
This is sensational!
Or live talk shows featuring the sport's most entertaining experts.
You don't get to say, I don't feel like making that play right now. You make the play.
It's the world of soccer at your fingertips.
How mouth-watering is that?
SiriusXM FC, channel 157 in the car, and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Top of the 4th, and we got a tie ball game at Rogers Center. 2-2 is the score between the Blue Jays and the Padres. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Thanks for tuning in today. Bowden Francis pitches to Jackson Merrill, who takes a strike, 0-1. Merrill with a single in the second inning came around to score. 0-1. High and outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Did mention last time he was up, they gave him the big deal. Starting next year, Merrill gets 10 years, $156 million total. The 1-1. Check swing. Pitch was low. 2 balls, 1 strike. That contract running until 2035, which sounds crazy. But then again, he'll be 32 in 2035. They're not locking him up till he's 40. The 2-1. Swing and a bouncer off the mound. Slide by Bichette. It's off his glove into center field. Another base hit for Jackson Merrill.
That was a near impossible play for Bo Bichette. Even if he comes up with that baseball, that short hop, he probably won't throw Jackson Merrill out at first base. A big knock again for Jackson Merrill.
He is so impressive. First rounder, 27th overall in 2021. Merrill on first base. This was the formula in the second. Gavin Sheets hit a homer. He's back up right now. 2-2 game. Francis looks over his shoulder to first. And the pitch to Sheets. Low ball 1. This 4th inning is presented by Bet365. Download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Really nice off-speed pitch there. The splitter down and in. 1-1.
That looked more like a changeup, but still a pretty effective pitch. Gavin Sheets was way out in front of that thing, thinking it was a fastball.
Sheets, a left-handed hitter, open stance. Step off throw to first by Francis and a dive back in for Merrill. Noticeable buzz around the crowd today with the school day game. Combine 2 of your favorite things today, Chris. A 7 o'clock to 1 o'clock turnaround with little sleep and loud screaming children. 1-1. Called a strike, 1-2.
And the parking lot is full of buses.
It is?
That's also one of my favorite things.
Oh, boy. I beat the buses here today.
You did.
That's bad news.
I was a little bit late because of the traffic again. I feel like I talk about the traffic on the Gardner pretty often.
Who doesn't? The 1-2. In the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pretty packed house at Rogers Center. Blue Jays looking for what would be a very meaningful sweep. Already taken the series in the first 2. 2-2 pitch. Lined foul. Into the second deck, back behind the plate.
It's a pretty good pitch right there. 4-seam fastball just off the plate outside. Gavin Sheets doing a good job staying alive.
We still, over the last 5 starts, have seen the flashes of the Bowden Francis who dominated last year and through his first 4 starts this year. Just haven't seen it as consistently over 5 to 6 innings. He kicks and deals. In the dirt with a breaking ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes.
And I think that's really the frustrating thing. It's not that it's not in there, because it is in there. He'll go 3 or 4 good innings and then have a rough one, and then he'll finish off the game on a good stretch. But like you said, just not consistently good.
Runner on first, nobody out. The 3-2. Merrill takes off and the pitch hit foul. Jackson Merrill, only 1 stolen base this year. He's been caught once, but he's got good speed. 22-year-old center fielder. Jog back to first base and reset as he talks it over with David Macias, the first base coach for San Diego. 3-2. Merrill takes off again. This pitch hit high and deep to right, hooking foul. Into the second neck of Sheets. Boy, that's home run distance, but he missed it by probably 10-15 feet to the right.
Gavin Sheets was all over that pitch. Maybe a hair out in front, hit it off the end of the bat just a little bit, but he hit a home run early in this ball game. Don't want to leave one over the middle, even in a 3-2 count.
Sheets, a second rounder from Wake Forest in 2017, faces another 3-2. Runner off again, broken bat grounder foul. And Sheets has gotten all the hits he can out of that bat. He's going to need a new piece of lumber.
Bowden Francis just threw his 62nd pitch of the ball game. We are in the 3rd inning. Sorry, we're in the 4th inning and nobody out.
A little better than the 3rd, but for a guy who's usually excruciatingly efficient, excruciating for his opponents, hasn't necessarily been that so far. Has the Blue Jays in the game, though. 2-2 is the score. Toronto and San Diego. No outs, top of the fourth. 3-2. Merrill leaves again. This pitch hit high and deep to right. Lucas back on the track. At the wall, makes the catch. Back to the fence. Merrill jogs back to first base, and Sheets just barely missed a second 2-run shot today. 1 out.
Well, Nathan Lucas probably was trying to fake Jackson Merrill out at first base, and he faked me out instead. I thought that ball was out of here. Nathan Lucas doing a good job catching that ball against the wall in right field. Jackson Merrill scoots back to first base.
Big out for Francis, who really has only allowed 3 hits today. The 2 singles to Merrill and then the home run to Sheets. So maybe those 2 his biggest obstacle. He'll step off and throw over to first base, but Merrill dives back in safe.
Oh, Gavin Sheets is clearly seeing the baseball well today.
Two-2 game, top of the fourth. Pitch now to Jake Cronenworth. Outside ball 1. Cronenworth, a former Michigan Wolverine. 2-way player with the University of Michigan. Not only was he in the field, but he was a closer for the Wolverines for the majority of his career. 1-0 is popped up foul, 1-1. Racked up 27 saves in 3 years for Michigan. He actually has pitched in pro ball, too. Not very much, but
a lot like Tyler Wade has pitched in pro ball?
A little better than Tyler Wade, who, you know what, gave up 1 run in 1 inning yesterday. Could have been worse. 1-1 pitches high, 2-1. Cronenworth was in the Rays system. Pardon me, go ahead.
I was going to say, you know who will take that stat line? Alec Jacob.
That's true, yeah. He did not have that many outs recorded or nearly that low of a runs against total. Although his defense didn't do him that many favors. 2-1. High and outside, 3-1. So Cronenworth, he's drafted out of Michigan by the Rays. 7th rounder, 2015. I can't find out exactly why. I imagine injuries probably, but in 2019 with AAA Durham, he pitched 7 innings that season. 3-1 pitch. Outside ball 4, second walk today for Cronenworth. Down to second goes Merrill.
That's actually interesting. That seems like too many innings for one of those blowout guys to come into a game.
7 1/3 innings. He didn't allow an earned run across those innings. He walked way more batters than you would like. But again, if it's position player lobbing, I think you probably give up some runs in 7 1/3. But after not pitching since 2015 with Michigan, at AAA, he was able to complete 7 1/3 scoreless. And then once in the majors, he's pitched for San Diego. That was in a more, blowout game, position player situation. But he threw 2/3 of an inning scoreless, so he does have 8 scoreless professional innings pitching. Not bad.
Not bad. That's great.
Well, you'd like it to be 80 or 800, but 8 works. Cronenworth, after the walk, takes a healthy leadoff first. On second base is Merrill, held closer by Ernie Clement, playing right behind the bag. 1 out, 2-2 game, and the pitch to Elias Diaz. Low ball 1. Diaz batting .240 on the season, 3 home runs. Splits the job with Martin Maldonado, so still under 100 at-bats on the year. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Blue Jays were running a back pick play to first, but it was recognized by Cronenworth. Vladdy sprinted in behind the runner, but by the time Heineman popped up, Cronenworth was wise to it, and he trotted back to first. Vladdy playing far off the line, though, because of the right-handed hitter, so Cronenworth can get a huge lead. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Just like he did to Diaz last time, flipping in sliders, and the catcher has not adjusted, way out in front.
I stay right there if I'm Bowden Francis. Don't mess around. See if you can get a ground ball, double play here. Just throw anything, doesn't matter what pitch, down and away.
Francis sets, stares back at second at Merrill. The 1-2. Fouled back. Went with the fastball outside. Maybe a little bit higher than he intended it, but not a bad pitch. Tyler Heineman pumped out the glove in appreciation. .65 righty Francis looking back at second. 2-2 ball game. He rocks back and offers. In the dirt, blocked by Heineman. 2-2. Trying to solve Elias Diaz, who joined the Padres this offseason on a 1-year, $3.5 million deal. All-Star with the Rockies and the 2023 All-Star Game MVP, Elias Diaz. 2-2. Hit in the air, deep right center field. Straw racing back near the warning track, pulls up to make the catch. Merrill will tag from second in advance. Cronenworth stays at first base. The throw goes into second. There are 2 outs and runners on the corners.
Miles Straw did a good job getting that ball back in quickly, getting it to second base. Bo Bichette was standing there and keeping Jake Cronenworth at first base. Now runners at first and third and 2 outs in this inning.
Francis trying to strand some runners. The Blue Jays thinking about contingency plans, though. Slowly, Ariel Rodriguez is starting to get loose out in left field. Very rested bullpen for Toronto. Only Jose Urena went yesterday. Now the pitch to Jose Iglesias. Down and in, ball 1.
How about Yariel Rodriguez going from setup guy to long man?
He can do everything. He's the most interesting man in the world. The 1-0. Called a strike 1-1. Part of the reason you might do that is the Blue Jays starter tomorrow is technically TBD. It's probably Eric Lauer. If it's not, he's still handling the majority of the innings. And you used Jose Urena yesterday, so all of a sudden your longest guy is Yariel Rodriguez. 1-1. Rolled over to shortstop, picked up by Bo Bichette, throws to first just in time to get Iglesias, who nearly had an infield single, but that will end it and make it a scoreless frame. We'll see if Mike Schilt wants to challenge, and he will not. That does it for the top of the 4th. Good working back into the inning by Bowden Francis after giving up the hit and the walk. He strands a pair and keeps it 2-2. Middle of the 4th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Order pizzapizza.ca.
Breaking news. Bet365 must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Ground ball to second. Picked up Jimenez. Flips to Bichette for 1. Over to first. Double play.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Jonathan Clase leads it off bottom 4. Squares to bunt. Pulls it back and takes inside. Ball 1. Welcome back to Rogers Center. A lively Rogers Center on a school day It's 2-2 between the Blue Jays and the Padres, bottom of the fourth. Third baseman Machado playing in. 1-0. Inside again, 2-0. Clase with a single in the second inning helped to load the bases, but the Blue Jays ultimately did not score that frame. It was last inning in the third when they got a pair. 2-0. Outside ball 3. So far looking pretty good in this rare start for the 22-year-old Clase.
Yeah, he's slowly starting to look a little bit better, a little bit more confident in that batter's box.
3-0. Called a strike on the outside edge.
Was taken all the way there on that fastball, that sinking fastball right on the black.
Kolek winds, and the 3-1. High ball 4, and now he gets some speed on the base passes. Jonathan Clase with a leadoff walk.
We haven't got to see him really take off, at least in his young 2025 season. He stole a bag earlier this week, but I'm excited to see what he does right now.
Clase swiped 55 bags in 2022 in the minors, 79 in 2023. 62 of those came at Double-A. Pitch to Miles Straw. Called a strike. Last year he didn't have as many, but he spent a lot of the season bouncing up and down between AAA and the majors. Still ended up with 38. He's got a big lead at first. Kolek set at the belt. Step off, throw to first, and a head-first dive back in by Clase, who had turned towards second. I think he was going to go.
Yeah, it's kind of an alarming way to lead off. If you're a pitcher, you look over there and you see a runner facing second base, you're thinking he is definitely trying to take this bag.
0-1, swing and a miss, nothing in 2. Kolek went quick there, and I think Miles Straw is going to talk to James Jean about that. But we're a couple hundred feet up. We're not umpires. I don't think Kolek ever sat there. But it neutralized Clase and Straw. Now the 0-2. Swing and a fly ball right center. Straw still with words for the home plate ump as Tatis camps under it, makes the catch, tosses back to first. Clase easily back in there. 1 out.
Fernando Tatis always having fun out there. I don't think he actually thought that he could get Jonathan Clase at first base. Just trying to get a reaction out of him.
A bit of a risky play. Although I enjoy having fun, but you throw that one past him. All of a sudden, Jonathan Clase could be at third with his speed. But he remains on first, and now Tyler Heineman hits the Blue Jays catcher. The pitch, Clase takes off, and it's poked away foul. 0-1. That almost screams hit and run to me because that pitch was about a foot off the plate, and Heineman went after it.
I don't know why you would hit and run with Jonathan Clase. I get the idea of you sneak one through the hole and Jonathan Clase ends up at third base, but a guy with that much speed, just let him try to steal second base.
And maybe they were, but to me, Heineman's got a pretty good idea, and that pitch was well outside. The 0-1. Swing and a liner down in right field, a base hit. Clase loses his helmet going to second. Heineman's got his second hit of the day and his 19th of the season in 46 at-bats.
I mean, I don't know if he's doing anything differently this year on the offensive side of the baseball, but he's been incredible. Just locked in, taking good swings. That swing right there, short, compact swing, hammering a single into right field.
I did talk to him a little bit when the Blue Jays were in Houston. He's really connected with some of the coaches that he's been working with here. Even still, this is unbelievable. Batting above 400, nearly 50 at-bats. Bo Bichette's up, first and second, 1 out, the pitch. Swinging a liner, base hit into center field. Clase getting the wave. Here's the throw from Merrill. And it's not in time. Head first time to home for Clase. The Blue Jays lead 3-2 thanks to Bo Bichette's RBI single.
Well, there's another guy that's locked in. Bo Bichette hammered that baseball into center field. There's probably one guy on this roster that could score on that base hit, and that's Jonathan Clase, who was rumbling around third base. Scores pretty easily with that speed.
He dove. He didn't have to. He would have beat that throw either way. And the Blue Jays come all the way back from down 2-0 early to lead the game 3-2. Here's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. Still first and second, still one out. Vladdy's 0 for 2 today. Kolek with a look back at second, the pitch. Inside it hit him. 94 got Vladdy on the left side. Not sure if it hit his ribs, hit his arm, but he dropped the bat immediately, and John Schneider will come out of the dugout along with Jose Ministral to check on the Blue Jays' potentially most important hitter.
Well, I don't think there's any intent there. That's just a sinker that got away from Kolek, ran in on him, hit him in the hand, I think. It didn't look like Vlad was in pain there, but there was a big reaction from the crowd, from the dugout. You never want to see your star player get hit like that.
We're getting a look now. It got him kind of on the shoulder, which all things considered is actually an okay spot to take.
That's a great spot to get hit. I thought it hit him on the hand, on the top of that hand. Luckily it didn't.
I think it ricocheted and caught the hand a little, but once it hit the shoulder, most of the steam was taken off of it. And the good sign was he went over, said a word or two to John Schneider. They didn't even really test him. He just turned around and jogged down to first.
That's a big deltoid.
Yes, it's a big man. Now a mound visit from Ruben Niebla. Pitching coach has been out 3 times in 3 innings. Stephen Kolek has gotten into a lot of trouble. Got out of traffic in the second, didn't in the third, and he's already given up a run here in the fourth. After hitting Vlad, the bases are loaded for Dalton Varsho.
And the Blue Jays really haven't taken advantage of some of their big opportunities yet, even with a 3-2 lead. Now you have bases loaded, 1 out in this inning. Dalton Varsho has to come through with at least a sac fly.
Yesterday, he did a whole lot more than that. He hit his 4th career grand slam. Hit a pitch off of Alec Jacob out to center field. He's 0 for 2 today. He did reach on an error. Infield in the pitch. Bounce to the plate. Run-saving block by the catcher Diaz. 1-0. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Blue Jays looking for a sweep, leading early on. It's 3-2 in the fourth. With the bases loaded and 1 out, 1-0 to Varsho. Outside again, ball 2. Now you're in a bit of a bind if you're Kolek.
Let's see if he can run into one here. If that ball's not right down the middle, maybe even enter third, do not swing.
7 home runs on the season for Varsho and only 15 starts coming into today. 2-0. Call to strike. It was outside. That has been consistent all day, though. It's 2-1.
Dalton Varsho's got some tough calls against him today. Holy cow.
Heineman on third, Bichette on second, Guerrero on first. The pitch. Swing and a fly ball center field. Racing back, Merrill makes a running catch. Tagging from third, Heineman will score. Bo and Vlad remain in their places, and actually Bo hunched over a little bit. He had started to go thinking that was over the head and then cut back. Either way, it is a sac fly. It's 4-2 for the Blue Jays over the Padres, and it looks like both Bichette and Guerrero are all right as they made their ways back to first and second.
Well, Dalton Varsho hit that ball right on the screws. And it actually looked like Bo Bichette went back to tag initially, and then he thought that ball was going to get over Jackson Merrill's head. He jumped off the bag, had to go back. A little bit of a messy play, but the Blue Jays score 1 run at least there.
So it's first and second, 2 outs. Addison Barger up. He's 2 for 2. The pitch. Popped up foul back behind the plate, headed near us. It'll drop into the 200 level seats. 0-1. Tonight, one lucky winner will take home over $580,000. This is your last chance to get tickets. Sales close at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. BlueJays.com/5050, Ontario or Nova Scotia. The 0-1. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Yuki Matsui, left-handed reliever for the Padres, getting loose in right field. The 1-1. Barger lifts it foul behind home plate again, and again far enough to get it into the seats out of play. It's 1-2.
How painful is that? You have that ball in your hands as a fan, and it pops out. He is just devastated down there.
One of his buddies gave him a good try fist bump.
I don't think that's going to change it.
I think that makes it worse. And then the security comes, checks if you're okay, and all that happened was you dropped the ball out of your hands. You're like, get away. I don't want more people to know about this. First and second, the 1-2. Chopped foul with 2 outs. Barger keeping this inning alive.
I'm pretty sure Yariel Rodriguez is going to be in this ball game in the top of the 5th inning. He's been warming up for the majority of this inning.
Yeah, we saw shots on the Sportsnet broadcast of a conversation between Francis and Schneider in the dugout. It didn't look super clear what was going on, but like you said, Yariel looks ready to go. Another 1-2. Check swing by Barger. He takes 95 up top. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
He's still locked in. That was a good take just above the strike zone.
He's got a single to left today. He's got a single to right. Batting cleanup. He's in a big spot. First and second, 2 down, 4-2 Blue Jays. Bottom of the 4th. Right on left. The pitch from Stephen Kolek. Hit high down the left field line and deep, and that one is going to drop in foul into the seats. Still 2-2.
Well, Nathan Lucas is looking like an everyday big leaguer. I'm pretty sure Addison Barger is starting to look like an everyday big leaguer. Both of those guys are locked in. Tyler Heineman looking like an everyday big leaguer?
Maybe. Diaz sets up away 2-2 in the dirt. Stopped on the backhand side by the Padre catcher. And Barger has worked this count to a full count. Not only does that pressure Kolek to make a pitch in the zone, but both runners will be off on the pitch. Bichette from second and Guerrero from first. Barger with an open stance on the toes of his lead right foot. 3-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Good change gets him, and that will do it for the inning. But the Blue Jays come up with a pair of runs on a pair of hits. Tyler Heineman and Bo Bichette coming up with singles. 1 run knocked in by Varsho's sac fly. It's 4-2 Blue Jays after 4. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Comedian Brian Regan here. Pure comedy. I'm taking it over for the entire Memorial Day weekend.
You heard right. Brian Regan is taking over Pure Comedy this Memorial Day weekend. You'll hear all your favorite jokes from Brian, as well as his own personal stories about his favorite tracks.
Come hang with me starting Friday, May 23rd at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on Pure Comedy, Sirius XM Channel 98, or anytime using the Sirius XM app.
Tell your family and friends. Sirius XM radios are on free now through June 1st. Visit SiriusXM.com/listen free to explore what's available.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app.
This is Dave LaGreca, creator of the biggest pro wrestling show on the planet, Busted Open. Don't miss myself and my Hall of Fame cast and crew as we break down every story in and out of the ring and talk to the top names in the business, like the legend himself, The Undertaker.
I'm actually glad to be on a real show.
Catch Busted Open live every day from 9 to noon Eastern on Sirius XM Fight Nation, channel 156, and on the Sirius XM app.
Jays fans, John Schneider joins MLB Network Radio every other Wednesday at 11 a.m. Eastern on Sirius XM 89 and the Sirius XM app.
Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. 5th inning, Blue Jays and Padres in a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Yariel Rodriguez into the ballgame after a 4-inning start from Bowden Francis. Francis allows 3 hits and 2 runs, 3 walks and 4 strikeouts in the game overall. But with the Blue Jays up, they bring in the bullpen early.
Bowden wasn't perfect, but he made big pitches when he needed to. Gave up that 2-run home run to Gavin Sheets early in the ballgame, but settled down nicely after that.
For Rodriguez, his 21st appearance of the year, a 3.38 ERA in 24 innings. Brandon Lockridge leads off the pitch. High ball 1. Yariel's 1-0. High again, 2-0. It's a really condensed mix now for Rodriguez. Mostly fastball slider to righties, and then fastball slider and a handful of splitters to lefties. Outside 3-0.
Mason Fluharty's warming up now in that Blue Jays bullpen. I'm pretty sure it's all hands on deck. You could tell early on, at least in this 5th inning, that John Schneider wants this game badly.
It's a good thing the Blue Jays starters gave them a lot of innings last 2 days. 3-0 pitch called a strike. 3-1. You look yesterday, Urania covers 2 innings. The day before that, Little, Yariel, and Hoffman each cover 1 inning. And an off day before that. 3-1. Called a strike right at the knees. It was a 50-50 pitch. Can't blame Lockridge for thinking he was walked, but instead it's 3-2.
That's a pitcher's pitch. Could have gone either way, but if I'm Yariel, I'm taking it.
From 3-0 to a full count now, Heineman goes out to the mound. This 5th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. Blue Jays leading 4-2. The homers have been coming over the last 2-ish weeks for the Blue Jays. It's helped their bats out. Today has not been one of those days. It has been a lot of singles for Toronto, some walks, an error. And they've managed to string it together to erase a 2-0 Padres lead and get in front by 2 runs of their own. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him to wave at his slider. 1 down.
That was a very good mound visit by Tyler Heineman. It was a 3-2 count with nobody on, nobody out. Normally you don't see a catcher go out there and waste a mound visit, but he really wanted to pick Yariel's brain and see what he wanted to throw in that situation. He ends up throwing a strike for strike 3.
And a huge out because after Lockridge comes the top of the order, Fernando Tatis Jr. Tatis 0 for 1, a strikeout and a walk. The pitch. Hit foul, 0-1.
A little bit of a sidearm action there from Yariel. The fastball at 96 miles an hour.
He will still mix it up a little bit. He'll do some hesitation leg kicks. Drop the arm slot. 0-1. Inside, nearly hit Tatis, who dropped the bat. That ball did not strike him. It's 1-1.
That's a good pitch. When you come inside like that, you move the feet, especially to a big hitter like Fernando Tatis Jr. That opens up the outside part of the plate.
It was a sinker, so it kept running at Tatis as it came in. He had to move late. 1-1. High, 2-1.
That's a good sequence. They went inside to move the feet. Well, maybe they didn't mean to, but they moved the feet on the inside part of the plate, and then they tried to go down and away.
2-1 pitch. Grounded foul. They went down and away that time with the slider, and Tatis bounced it off of himself. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There have been a lot of questions asked of John Schneider over the last couple days about Yariel Rodriguez. And yesterday he said he's on a good roll. 2 innings max at this point. They probably don't have the length they had in him earlier, but he pushes to them to get more than that. Next pitch in the dirt, 3-2. The issue for Yariel is he's pitched well enough. They don't want him to be a long man, really, at this point. They want him pitching in higher leverage spots. Set at the belt is 3-2 to Tatis. Swing and a miss, he got him. Just a challenge fastball, 96 over the plate, 2 down.
And like we talked about earlier on in the ball game, you just don't see Fernando Tatis Jr. miss fastballs right down the middle. Yes, that was 96 miles an hour, but Tatis is so good, has such a quick bat that he at least fouls those off. That one was middle, and he swung right through it.
Something just a little bit off for the Padres leadoff hitter. 2 down in the pitch to Luis Arias. Sprayed foul to the left, 0-1.
Speaking of a guy that doesn't miss fastballs.
Luis Ariz today 0 for 2.
The out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by St. Louis Bar and Grill, 100% Canadian owned and operated since 1992. Every Tuesday night, wings are just half price. Visit stlouiswings.com for details. You are welcome.
A 1 pitch outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. One other game going on right now, and it is an American League East game of sorts. One team's in the division. It's the Yankees and the Rangers, and the Yankees leading 1-0 in the Bronx. Hesitation, 1-1 from Yariel. Misses up and away, 2-1. Yankees run today coming from Yorbit Vivas, the second baseman, one of the younger Yankees. 2-1. Hit foul off to the left, 2-2. Did you see what happened in the Yankee game yesterday, how it finished?
I don't think so.
They were down, I believe, 3-1. They scored 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th, and then Jason Dominguez hit a second deck shot in the 9th.
I did not see that.
Walk-off home run. It's a pretty homer. 2 outs, base is empty. 4-2 Blue Jays, top of the 5th. And the 2-2 to Ariz. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Yariel Rodriguez with a fist pump. As he should, he strikes out the side, including one of the hardest to punch out in the game. He gets Ariz to end the inning. 4-2 Blue Jays, middle of the 5th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Sports are all about moments.
One of the most incredible, miraculous finishes we have ever seen.
And you can hear them all.
He scores! Alex Ovechkin! There's a new goal-scoring champion!
As they happen.
Oh my goodness! Shohei Ohtani, a sayonara swing!
Live in the moment.
Rory McIlroy on his knees. He's won the Masters.
With live sports on Sirius XM and the Sirius XM app.
The NASCAR Cup Series is on Sirius XM. We're back on the track Sunday.
5 p.m. Eastern.
It's the Coca-Cola 600.
From Charlotte Motor Speedway on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 and on the Sirius XM app. For up-to-date betting lines, fantasy plays, and the latest NASCAR news, catch the pre-race show before every Cup Series race. Plus, 2 hours of post-race coverage on Sirius XM NASCAR Radio Channel 90.
U.S. Open Moments on Sirius XM.
Tiger Woods' performance at the 2000 U.S. Open at Pebble Beach was the most dominant in major championship history.
And Tiger Woods is the 100th U.S. Open champion in history.
Tiger led wire to wire and rewrote the record books, becoming the first player to finish at Open double digits under par in a remarkable 15-shot win. U.S. Open week begins June 9th on Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
24/7, 365 coverage of all things NASCAR. All things NASCAR happens exclusively on SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90
Radio Network.
Blue Jays baseball is presented by Crown Rust Protection. First pitch up high to Ernie Clement to start the bottom of the 5th. Thank you so much for spending your Thursday afternoon with us. Alongside Chris LaRue, I'm Ben Schulman. Welcome to the Timbermark broadcast booth. 1-0. Hit in the air to left field. Shallow toward left center. Moving in, Brandon Lockridge makes the catch. 1 out. Well, we just checked on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard for the Yankees-Rangers game. It's still 1-0. 7th inning stretch in the Bronx. Another AL East game supposed to be going on today. Red Sox and Orioles rained out. That one is postponed. There was an absolutely torpedoed Cleveland-Minnesota series this week. Pitch here to Nathan Lucas. Former Cleveland draft pick spins away, from a pitch up and in. Ball 1.
Ben, I'm not a weatherman, but I'm pretty sure that's the weather we're getting right now in Toronto.
I was going to say, before I briefly lost my ability to speak, that this is day a million that you're really happy to have a roof. Lucas now chops the 1-0, and it's foul down the first baseline, 1-1. I mean, I'm not an advocate to put a roof on Fenway Park. But when I see games getting rained out in Minnesota, for the life of me, I can't understand why that very beautiful ballpark, I think the series was in Minnesota, doesn't have a retractable roof. They're further north than we are, Chris. It's insane. 1-1. High and outside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
It is a beautiful ballpark.
It's great. Don't get me wrong. There are beautiful retractable roof ballparks too. 1 out. The 2-1 to Lucas. Down low. He checked his swing. 3-1.
Ben, I could be wrong, but you haven't mentioned hockey in a long time, right?
I mentioned it yesterday.
Oh, you did?
I'm pretty
Okay.
sure.
No, just
whenever the Panthers won game 1, I mentioned it. Game 2, Panthers and Hurricanes coming up tonight, 8 o'clock. 3-1 pitch outside, ball 4. Lucas takes a walk.
Just another pro at bat from Nathan Lucas. Just confident up there, seeing the ball really well. Big walk in this ball game.
So Lucas on first. Jonathan Clase about to come up with the Blue Jays leading 4-2. 1 out, bottom of the 5th. And we could go to basketball in the St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard if you want. I'm sure you were up watching the Knicks-Pacers finish yesterday. Pitch to Clase outside, ball 1.
So outside of the Raptors, I would say Knicks are second place in the teams that I enjoy watching.
Did you watch them yesterday?
I did not.
It didn't go well for them, I'll tell you that.
Well, I saw the final score. I didn't watch the game.
1-0. Hit foul 1-1. So you don't know what happened.
Well,
you don't know what happened at the end of regulation?
I sort of know what happened. Karl Anthony Towns.
You don't know what Tyrese Halliburton did.
That's what he did. There you go. Yeah.
He had a almost as spectacular as Kawhi Leonard bounce off the rim to tie the game at the buzzer. 1-1. Hit foul away 1-2. Back to the diamond. The Blue Jays looking for another good at-bat out of Jonathan Clase. He's 1 for 1 today. Switch hitter has a single and a walk. He's also scored a run. Kolik's pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Tied him up with a heater up top. And there are 2 down. 4-2 Blue Jays, 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. Still on first base, Nathan Lucas, and Miles Straw will hit for the Blue Jays. The pitch home. Hit in the air, right center field. Ranging back, Merrill puts his hand out to wave off Tatis, and the center fielder brings it in the gap to end the inning. No runs, no hits, 1 left for the Blue Jays. 4-2 Toronto after 5. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Siding isn't just siding. It's your home's first impression and first line of defense. That's why pros reach for James Hardie, the name that built its reputation one rugged, good-looking board at a time. Engineered to stand up to Canada's wildest weather, designed to stand out on any street, and always priced right at Timber Mart. So when the job calls for smart, strong, and sharp, you'll know what to do. Timber Mart, Canada's building center.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You can bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Guess who just bundled their home and auto with Desjardins Insurance?
Well, look at you, all grown up and saving money.
Yes, I am.
Mom told you to do it, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Get insurance that's really big on care. Switch and you could save up to 35% on home insurance when you bundle home and auto. Desjardins Insurance, here for your home, auto, life, and business needs. Certain conditions apply.
Hi, this is Bowden Francis, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on Sportsnet Radio Network.
Pocahontas in the cranberry glades.
The 6th inning is brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care today. I'm Ben Schulman alongside Chris LaRue. Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Yariel Rodriguez for his second inning. First pitch to Manny Machado. Swing and a miss, strike one. 4-2 Blue Jays. Rodriguez punched out the side in his first inning. Lockridge, Tatis, and shockingly, Arise. 0-1. Check swing, pitch up and away. Honestly, really could have been called a strike, but it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
That looked like a better pitch than I think everybody thought it was. Tyler Heineman didn't even try to frame that baseball.
The 1-1. Bounce foul, third base side, 1-2. We've talked about it a lot, but it's the only time we get to see Luis Ariz this year, most likely. Striking him out is unbelievable. He had a little stint on the IL with the concussion, but other than that, he's an everyday player. He's only struck out now 4 times all season, hitting in the top 3 every day. 1-2 pitch. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
You figure if you're going to strike him out, you probably catch him looking because he never swings and misses. But he got him swinging on a fastball in off the plate. Now the 2-2 to Manny Machado. Hit high, foul off to the right into the seats, out of play.
I'm pretty sure that pitch to Luis Ariz and that swing and miss won't happen again this season.
You could argue it'll probably be his worst swing of the 2-2. Just low. Barely missed with a slider, full count. But it was also one of the harder pitches thrown by Rodriguez this season, 98. And he's getting himself into some better counts than he used to. Putting pressure on hitters. 2-2 again. Hit on the ground up the middle. Bichette ranging from short up the middle. Picks it up. Throws over to first. And there's 1 out.
That's a really nice slider and a 3-2 count to a tough hitter in Manny Machado. Here comes John Schneider. I think Mason Fluharty is going to be in this ball game. But so confident out there, even in a 3-2 count, to throw that off-speed pitch. A great outing. Another great outing for Yariel Rodriguez.
You hear it on Jays Talk all the time, regardless of who's hosting. Good teams need guys to pop up that they weren't always expecting. Right now, Yariel is looking like one of those guys. He goes 4 up, 4 down, including the top third of the Padre order. Now gets lifted for a pitching change. Brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Let's go over to today's host. Here's Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's check out that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Let's start in the NBA, where we have advanced to the conference finals. So tonight, first of all, we'll get the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder entering play this evening with a 1-0 series lead after clamping down on Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves in the second half of Game 1. Tip-off tonight goes just after 8:30 Eastern, 5:30 Pacific. We also had Game 1 of the Eastern Finals last night, and Ben and Chris were talking about it, but what a game it was. A 138-135 OT win for the Pacers over the Knicks. The Pacers trailed by 14 points with less than 2:50 to go in regulation. Now, NBA teams in the playoffs in such situations were 0-970 over the last 27 years. The first win in such a situation came last night. Tyrese Halliburton got the shooter's bounce to tie the game at the regulation buzzer. His foot was on the line. It was long, too. Aaron Nesmith drained 6 threes in the fourth quarter alone. And Canada's own Andrew Nembhard, he scored the eventual game winner in overtime. The Pacers stunning the Knicks to take Game 1. Game 2 will go tomorrow night, Friday, at Madison Square Garden, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, the time of tip-off. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action down at the Rogers Center. With the call, here are Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Left-hander Mason Fluharty into the ballgame after 4 up, 4 down from Yariel Rodriguez. Rodriguez leaves with 1 out and the bases empty. Top of the 6th. It's a 4-2 lead. And now it'll be Fluharty against Merrill. Left on left, the pitch. Sweeper for a strike, 0-1. It's a simple yet effective approach so far this season for Mason Fluharty. His 20th Major League appearance. He's got an ERA below 2.5 in 19 innings. 0-1. Swing and a foul tip on a cutter outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. No balls, 2 strikes.
He's just so effective, so deceptive. It almost looks like he's a vet out there. Isn't that strange?
Honestly. 0-2. Check swing, pitch outside. And I say simple in the pitch mix. It's 2 pitches, a cutter and a sweeper. Neither of them are thrown that hard. They both move in the same direction. The sweeper just moves a little bit more. But it seems to be really complicated for hitters. The 1-2 is stroked out to shallow center field, high in the air. Coming in, Miles Straw makes the catch, 1 out.
I'm wondering if eventually, when the scouting report is a little bigger on Mason Fluharty, if he'll start to need something that moves arm side, maybe a changeup, a split finger, something like that. But for right now, he's been very good without it.
Gets the first out off Merrill. Now 2 outs in the inning and another left-on-left matchup. It's Gavin Sheets. The pitch. High, ball 1. How long does that process take? Like, how feasible is it to introduce pitches in the middle of a season, or would that be something he'd probably have to work on in the offseason?
I would imagine that's an off-season thing, especially if things are going so well. It doesn't make any sense, but...
Called strike there. It's 1-1.
But there's some guys that pick up a pitch overnight. There's some guys that take a year to pick up a pitch. So you just never know. But I would say a changeup is probably the easiest pitch to learn. You just throw it in flat ground before games, really get the feel for it.
1-1. Broken bat pop-up back of third. Long run onto the left field turf. Barger waves his arm and makes the catch near the side warning track in fair territory to end the inning. Fluharty and Rodriguez team up for a 1-2-3 frame, middle of the 6th, 4-2 Blue Jays. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Bills will make you dance.
Feel the energy and the impact of SiriusXM Octane.
Immerse yourself in a community of hard rock extremists.
World premieres,
Live performances.
and artist takeovers.
A giant thank you to the entire Octane community for keeping rock alive.
Turn up new hard rock.
Turn up Octane.
Tonight, Channel 37 and at home with the SiriusXM app.
This is Mike Farron from Power Alley. When you work together as long as former general manager Jim Duquette and I have...
5 years.
13. Regardless, we know everything about each other, like my favorite city. New York. Chicago. My favorite food.
Hot dog with lots of ketchup.
Gross. My favorite musician.
Billy Joel.
Somehow even more gross. Jim, what do you actually know about me?
You love baseball, just like me.
Join us for baseball talk and apparently very little else on Power Alley, weekdays, 10 a.m. Eastern, MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Well said, Mitch.
It's Mike.
SiriusXM PGA Tour Radio examines the duality of Johnny Miller's Hall of Fame career. As a player, he was one of the few to challenge Jack Nicklaus in the 70s.
Maybe the greatest iron player ever.
And as an unfiltered and fearless broadcaster.
If Ben Hogan saw that, he'd puke.
Legends of the Game.
Legends of the Game.
Johnny Miller debuts May 27th at 9 p.m. Eastern. Listen on Channel 92 in the car and on the SiriusXM app.
In season or out of season, the number one place for college sports is SiriusXM College Sports Radio, Channel 84.
Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome to the Timbermart broadcast booth. Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue on hand at Rogers Center. 4-2 Blue Jays, bottom of the 6th. Still Stephen Kulik, and he misses inside to Tyler Heineman. Ball 1. Kulik hasn't been his sharpest today for the Padres, but he has been pretty efficient. Low 80s on the pitch count as he enters the bottom of the 6th. 1-0. Called a strike, 1-1. And if nothing else, he can try and help out a bullpen that had to use a couple different guys yesterday. 1-1. Chopped to first base. No, it hit the foot of Heineman. So although it rolls to first, it's foul ball. It's 1-2.
Tyler Heineman limping around just a little bit. He wears that ankle protection, that half shin guard protection. I don't know what it hit, but probably hit that.
It takes enough of a beating behind the plate. He doesn't need it while he's hitting as well, but Heineman, all right, steps back in. Batting from the left side. Switch hitters 2 for 2. The 1-2 pitch, high and outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He just did a little Juan Soto step in the right foot, or maybe a Vlad Guerrero. He's feeling it, the 4-13 hitter.
The dude is confident.
2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Maybe we ruined it. 1 down.
He's still hitting above 400.
For Golick, his 5th strikeout of the game. And now he goes back to the top of the order for a 4th time. And one guy that's really burned him today, I wasn't sure he was going to face him again. Bo Bichette's 2 for 3 off of Golick. Includes an RBI single and a run scored for Bo. First pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1.
Bo Bichette is really quietly, slowly starting to have a solid season. Almost at 300, 4 homers, 25 RBIs now.
0-1. Bounced foul, 0-2. And all 4 of those homers coming in May. You would think that points to him continuing to hit for some more power as the year goes on. And you're not asking him to hit 35 homers. I mean, if he hits 290 and hits 20, it's a great year. 0-2. Limbo's back out of the way at that fastball up and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Golick with a breath. Steps back, kicks, and offers. And Bichette strikes out swinging. Got him on a slider down low. Back-to-back punch-outs for the Padres right-hander.
Chad Green's starting to move around out there in that Blue Jays bullpen. I'm pretty sure that Mason Fluharty's going to come back out for the start of the next inning, but Chad Green might be in after him.
Well, the left-handed hitter Jake Cronenworth will lead off the 7th, so maybe it's Fluharty for Cronenworth as Vladdy hits the first pitch he sees on a hop to third. Long throw, Machado, but a great throw over to the bag to end the bottom of the 6th. Cleanest frame since the first for Stephen Golick. 1-2-3 with a pair of strikeouts. And the Blue Jays going down in order, take a 4-2 lead to the 7th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Join us for Cricket Day at the Park, presented by TD, Saturday, May 31st. Arrive early to receive your Blue Jays Cricket Warm-Up Jacket giveaway, presented by TD. Created in collaboration with Cricket Canada. Don't miss out on being a part of the Cricket Day spectacle at Rogers Center. Find your seats at bluejays.com.
Tonight on Sportsnet, Hockey Central previews a big night in Raleigh. Then puck drop.
What's up, Blue Jays fans? Thank you for hanging out with us from work from home. Work from dome. Yeah, the Sky Dome. Work from dome day. I'll be at the office, though, as no working remote for me today. Thank you for hanging out with us. Please hit that like button. Please share this link out. Let's make it a difference in our community with SickKids Hospital through our Playoff Pulse campaign, as a percentage of revenue from today's Blue Jays game and every Blue Jays game will be donated directly to SickKids Hospital. Our Jays woke up against the Padres. We got that 3-0 win in game 1, and then the bats woke up. Oh my God, Vladdy hitting home runs. Santander getting the bat going. Bo Bichette pitching in. The Blue Jays, it's like we called it in the description. Check yesterday's video description, and you'll see. We called the bats waking up. Let's get the sweep today, Blue Jays, and let's go on our way and get a playoff push going here. What do you think, Blue Jays fans? A little something special here in the mail. Our play button has arrived. It is here. Thank you, insiders, for helping us achieve this amazing milestone. And always remember that you can follow your dreams. I'm just a regular dude, dad of 4, with a regular job. And I got a YouTube plaque. Go TSI go, go Blue Jays go, go you go, follow your dreams, and never ever give up. We'll see you in the chat.
Back foul headed toward the Padre broadcast booth. I think it went just wide, or maybe you would have seen a patented diving catch. Tony Gwynn Jr.
Couple of good athletes over there in that booth.
Bob Scanlon, former Cub, Brewer, Expo in 2001, among a couple of different teams. He's on play-by-play with Tony Gwynn Jr. as the analyst. 0-2. Foul back. Blue Jays 4, Padres 2. Fluharty got 2 outs in the 6th. Starting the 7th, although like we had mentioned last inning, Chad Green loosening up, righties coming up soon. Feels like this could be the last batter for Fluharty. Is 0-2. High and outside.
I think especially with the schedule coming up, the Blue Jays don't have an off day for a little while. You don't want to burn Mason Fluharty too early in this stretch of games.
The 1-2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Cutter on the outside edge. Strikeout for Fluharty. 1 out, and here comes John Schneider. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Chad Green about to enter. 4-2 Blue Jays, 1 out, top of the 7th. Let's go over to baseball control. Here's today's host, Show Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Let's check in on that St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard once again. We were talking about basketball the last time up. And if you missed this, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who again you'll see later on tonight in Game 2 versus the Timberwolves, Oklahoma City Thunder having a 1-0 series lead. He has been officially named the NBA's MVP, the Hamilton native earning 71 of 100 potential first-place votes. He led the league in scoring and led those Thunder to a league-best 68-14 record. He is just the second Canadian to win the award, of course, following Victoria, BC native Steve Nash, who, of course, won MVP in back-to-back seasons in 05 and 06. SGA beating out a pair of multi-time award winners in Nikola Jokic, a 3-time MVP, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, a 2-time MVP, the other finalists. SGA won the trophy despite Jokic becoming just the 3rd player in NBA history to average a triple-double over the course of the whole season. Speaking of those two, when you add in Joel Embiid, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander winning means it is now 7 straight seasons that a non-American has won MVP, which continues to be a record drought for American players. James Harden was the last American to win back in 2018. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action with the call today down at the Rogers Center. Here are our very own Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. It's Chad Green getting in his final warm-up pitches for the Blue Jays before he gets going in this ball game. Green, the right-hander, on to face Elias Diaz and Jose Iglesias, unless Mike Schilt decides to go to his bench. But for now, Green is facing those two. It's his 22nd appearance of the year, 3.5 ERA, and just over 20 innings for the veteran who debuted in 2016 with the Yankees, now in his 3rd year with the Blue Jays. There are some options on Schilt's bench if he was looking for a left-handed hitter. Jason Hayward, Tyler Wade are there. Also Xander Bogaerts and Martin Maldonado. But it's Green to Diaz with 1 out, the pitch. Fouled away 0-1. Last time out, Green threw a scoreless inning against the Detroit Tigers, allowed 1 base runner on a walk. Overall, it's been a really good month of May. 2 earned runs in 7 2/3 innings. 0-1. Swing and a miss. Big wave at the slider. 0-2.
How about that swing from Diaz? That tells me that he is not comfortable with that slider. I just go right back there if I'm Chad Green.
He was uncomfortable with Francis sliders, too. 0-2. Slider, and he takes it that time. That one was close to being a strike. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Green set, glove just above his belt. 1-2. Slider again in the dirt. Backhanded pick Heineman, who gets a new baseball. Mentioned this before, but Green's had a nice year. It's felt like it's been more of a struggle at times than it has been because all of his runs have been allowed on homers. 2-2. Check swing on a 3rd slider low. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
You think he's going to throw another one here?
Honestly, I think so. Talked to him a bit about the slider-heavy approach, and sometimes he likes doing it because guys are just sitting fastball now. 3-2. Slider poked out to left center field. Charging in Clase, and he makes the catch off to his left. Showing off that great speed. He didn't even need to slide. There's 2 down.
Well, he threw another slider, but this time it was in the strike zone. It was on the outer third, maybe even the black. And Diaz was way out in front. Hit it off the end of the bat. But Jonathan Clase, a nice play out there. So much speed. I'm sure a lot of guys would have trouble with that shallow fly ball, but not Clase.
2 down. Clase moves back into regular position, and the pitch to Jose Iglesias. Low ball 1. Sometimes those are the best catches. We tend to focus on the diving catches and the sliding catches, but a lot of the best outfielders make those plays on their feet rather than needing to dive or slide. 1-0 pitch outside, 2-0.
Dalton Varsho does that a lot. We've mentioned that a lot this season. Just gets to baseballs that shouldn't be caught, or at least should be diving attempts from other guys.
2-0 hit foul deep down the right field line into the seats. 2-1.
Makes it look easy, a lot like that catch right there from Jonathan Clase.
And part of it's speed. You have to be fast, but a lot of it too is your first step, your route running. 2-1 pitch. Lined up the middle, hopping into center. That's a base hit for Iglesias, his first knock of the day. Wasn't a terrible pitch. Four-seamer, outer half. And Iglesias got around it.
And now you have to be careful. Jason Hayward coming to the plate. He can run into one if you leave one down the middle of the plate, maybe at the top of that strike zone, especially being the tying run now in that batter's box.
Hayward over 1,800 games played in his career, closing in on 1,600 hits, a 5-time Gold Glover. And he's got some pop, no doubt. Pete Walker's going to go out to the mound and give Chad Green the rundown on Hayward.
Yeah, this is a good mound visit. This isn't a, hey, slow down, hey, watch the guy at first base. This is just a scouting report. What do you want to throw here? How do you want to get this guy out? Make a good pitch and get us back to the dugout.
Hayward struggling out of the gates this season. 179, 2 home runs, 12 RBIs. But he's a big guy. He can change a game with one swing. He's homered 186 times in his major league career. 6'5", left-handed hitter. 233 pounds from New Jersey. The 35-year-old Hayward steps into the lefty box, taps the plate. Runner on first. Hayward to the tying run. 4-2 Blue Jays, top 7. The pitch. Called a strike. 96 on the upper and inner edge of the zone. For the Padres, this is their first base runner since the 4th. A huge spot. 0-1. Iglesias takes off. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Throw down to second. He got him. Tyler Heineman cuts down Iglesias trying to steal and takes the bat out of Hayward's hands. 4-2, the Blue Jays lead at the 7th inning stretch. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which loony dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your loony dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. No matter which loony dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs from various concession stands around the ballpark. Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. Every Tuesday home game. For tickets, visit BlueJays.com.
Decking isn't just about wood. It's about creating the perfect outdoor retreat, and it all begins with the right materials. Essentials you always find at Trex, the leader in composite decking for over 30 years. Sustainable, durable, beautiful. Trex isn't just decking, it's a lifestyle. From homeowners to pros, everyone knows Trex delivers unmatched quality. Ready to transform your backyard into a dream space? Find Trex at Timbermark, Canada's building center, where your outdoor vision comes to life.
Sportsnet Plus is the streaming home of the Blue Jays.
Oh, what a catch!
Stream over 150 Blue Jays games all season long.
You won't see this anywhere else.
Including pre- and post-game coverage with Jamie and Joe on Blue Jays Central.
One of the best in the game right here.
Watch all the Blue Jays action wherever you are, at home or...
Hey you! Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon, this evening, what time it is, wherever you're watching from all over the world. Now that we have your attention, please help us continue to grow this amazing community. We are over 100,000 subscribers here on YouTube, and we want to keep climbing all the way up to 250, all the way up to 1 million. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button and helping us grow this awesome community. Don't forget to turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single game of the Eastern and Western Conference Finals for both the NBA and the NHL as part of our Playoff Pulse campaign.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Leafs. Holy Mackinac, we've passed 100,000 insiders on Toronto Sports Insider. The Playoff Pulse campaign is unstoppable. Let's aim even higher.
Swing and a miss, 0-2, and he's funky, and you can see that timing messing up Varsho.
That's an awkward swing there from Dalton Varsho, a guy who's locked in right now.
Varsho 0 for 2 today, but he reached once on an error that brought in a run, and then he got an RBI on a sac fly in the fourth. Matsui rocks, waits, and deals. Pop up, back behind the plate on a play foul. For Matsui, it's not an overpowering fastball, averages 92 miles an hour. Throws a splitter, a ton, slider, and sweeper. Spent 10 years in NPB. All-Star in 2015, 17, 19, 21, and 22 as a closer. Here's 0-2. High and outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Three times Matsui led the Pacific League in saves. And twice his pitch for Japan at the World Baseball Classic. His 1-2 pitch. Hit back foul, elevated heater. Varsho somehow got a piece of that pitch at the letters. Left-hander brings the glove up. And the 1-2. Broken bat bouncer to second. Reeled in by Cronenworth, who throws on to first. 1 out.
Nobody was warming up in that Blue Jays bullpen for a little while, and I thought that Chad Green might get a chance to come out for the 8th, but Jimmy Garcia just started getting loose. So it looks like it's going to be him for that 8th inning.
I mean, in a way, why not?
I expect Jimmy Garcia to be in the ballgame, but I was wondering why Jimmy wasn't warming up. Maybe Chad Green looks so good that they're going to give him another shot out there.
Matsui with 1 out deals Status and Barger. Low ball 1. And I say why not, partly because Jimmy hasn't pitched this series.
Yep.
Blue Jays, whether it was leading on Yariel in Game 1 or scoring felt like millions of runs in Game 2, were able to avoid one of their most important relievers. 1-0. Called strike. Let's look over quickly to the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Game in New York has gone final. Yankees beat the Rangers 1-0. 1-1. High 2-1. For the Yankees, that's their 30th win of the year. We'll go to the standings momentarily. They're starting to roll. 30-19 now atop the division. Two-one pitch. High and inside, ball 3. If you weren't with us earlier on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard, Red Sox Orioles postponed today. 3-1 pitch. Called strike. 92-mile-an-hour four-seamer on the outside edge.
And if you weren't with us earlier, Ben Schulman wants a roof over Fenway.
Yes, of course. I want one over Yankee Stadium. I want one over Wrigley. Let's desecrate all of our best ballparks. 3-2. Poked foul. Almost a Luis Ariz-like swing from Barger, who just threw the bat out there last second to poke away a good fastball. Once Barger wraps up, we'll go to the Bet365 standings, see how the Yankees win and potentially this game could impact where Toronto sits. Payoff pitch. Hit high in the air, deep left field. Hayward back at the warning track, at the wall, and it's off the top of the fence. Barger into second base with a stand-up double that just barely missed going out.
Addison Barger just keeps on swinging. His third hit of the ball game, and that's an opposite field double for Addison Barger off a tough left-handed pitcher in Matsui. That pitch is off the plate outside. He just sticks the bat out, goes with it, and misses a home run by about 3 feet out there off that left field wall.
You could see him trying to will that ball out, saying, come on, ball, but just didn't have the legs. He's on second, though, and now with one out, the pitch to Ernie Clement. Outside. Matsui tones down the hesitation leg kick a bit with a runner on base. He worked quicker there to Clement. We will look in a sec at the Bet365 standings. Bet365, you can bet on popular markets like hits, home runs, and total bases. Download the app and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. 19 plus, play responsibly. Ontario only. 1-0. Called strike. So with the Yankees win, they're 30-19, 5.5 above the 24-24 Blue Jays. Red Sox will remain 25-26, half a game back of Toronto with their game postponed. Rays are 23-26. 1-1. High 2-1. Rays are off today. That's where the Blue Jays head tomorrow, or really tonight, start the series tomorrow. And then the Orioles also rained out, 16-23. They did yesterday get Tony Mansolino, his first win as a Major League manager. Here's the 2-1 to Ernie Clement. Popped up. Foul territory, or rather that's going to stay fair in between home and third. Now crossing the line, the third baseman Machado makes the catch in foul territory for the second out.
Ernie was all over that four-seam fastball from Matsui. Just got underneath it. He was right on it.
2 outs, left-hander Matsui brings his cap up for a moment, palming the baseball before he gets another left-on-left matchup. Nathan Lucas is up. Blue Jays do have 3 right-handed hitters and a switch hitter on the bench, but they're giving some guys days off, so they've left in their lefties here to go up against the southpaw. Runner on second, 2 down, and the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. And sometimes I think this is good. You don't often let your lefties hit against lefties, and then you don't have a great idea if they can hit lefties. We just saw Addison Barger double off the wall. 0-1. Called strike. I remember talking to Kevin Biggio about it in the spring of last year, and him saying if I go up against a couple lefties, have some bad days, I'm done. You can be a righty, have a bunch of bad days in a row. They're going to keep you in there against righties. 0-2. Just outside. Matsui hit the spot, but Lucas wouldn't chase.
I think Nathan Lucas should get more at-bats against left-handed pitching just because he's such a pro out there. I don't know about Addison Barger just yet, but Nathan Lucas has shown in the minor leagues that he's just such a good hitter, such a professional hitter up there with a good approach.
The 1-2. Down and in, 2 balls, 2 strikes. I am trying to find right now the last time they faced a left-handed starter in the scorebook. We're getting about 15 pages deep here, not seeing much. So there haven't been that many chances to worry about it necessarily. Barger on second, 2 down. 2-2 to Nathan Lucas. Poked on the ground is shortstop, picked up Iglesias, fires over to first, and ends the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for the Blue Jays. We go to the 8th. It's 4-2. Blue Jays over the Padres. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
It's not just a race, it's an American tradition.
Start your engine!
The
Indianapolis 500 is on Sirius XM.
The green flag flies. They reach the yard of bricks.
Who will drink the milk and kiss the bricks this year? Find out Sunday morning at 11 Eastern when Sirius XM brings you the greatest spectacle in racing. The 109th Indianapolis 500 on Fox Sports Radio Channel 83, IndyCar Nation Channel 218, and the Sirius XM app.
Every night after the final out, the Round Trip Roundup brings you the scores, highlights, and analysis from every game across Major League Baseball, all in less than 30 minutes.
Swung on and missed, strike three and a no-hitter.
It's the perfect way to get caught up on all the night's biggest home runs and best performances.
And a high drive, deep right center.
It's the Round Trip Roundup on MLB Network Radio every night on Sirius XM Channel 89 and every morning on the Sirius XM app.
I'm John Paul Morosi, host of the SiriusXM original podcast, The Road to Cooperstown. Hear our conversations with Hall of Famers about the challenges they overcame on the journey to baseball immortality.
It is a hard game, and mentally it's hard.
I used to go to bed crying. They pretty much knew I was going to have lung surgery after the season. I wasn't for sure. Would I ever play baseball again?
The Road to Cooperstown is the official podcast of the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum. Episodes are available now on the SiriusXM app or wherever you get your podcasts.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you dominate. Channel 87 and on the Sirius XM app and Radio Network.
This copyrighted broadcast is presented by authority of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Rogers Blue Jays Baseball Partnership or the Sportsnet Radio Network. Welcome back to Rogers Center in downtown Toronto. 8th inning between the Blue Jays and the Padres in a pitching change for Toronto. It's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. That is the music of Jimmy Garcia ringing through Rogers Center. He takes over in the top of the 8th. Blue Jays lead the Padres 4-2. He'll take on Jason Hayward. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Hayward was on to bat in the 7th inning as the tying run, and the Padres or Jose Iglesias, whoever decided it, Iglesias stole second base, got caught. So Hayward hits again, 0-1. Fouled back, 0-2.
And we were discussing in between innings why Jose Iglesias would even attempt to steal second base, especially with a power threat like Jason Hayward at the plate. The tying run in this ball game, don't want to take the bat out of his hands.
To me, that's a first base runner with 2 outs in the 7th since the 4th inning. Is it worth gambling that for 90 feet? I don't think so.
If you were down by 1, maybe. Down by 2, absolutely not.
0-2. Fouled off the mask of Heineman, who falls down to the seat of his pants. Now rolls over, but he took that straight off the mask, and that is a scary play. Heineman on one knee, waiting for Jose Menestral.
That's the second time today that he's been squared up. Man, that's tough. That jaw just gets rocked when that ball squares you up like that. And that's about as squared up as you can get. That ball actually didn't go anywhere. It just dropped in front of Tyler Heineman.
Yeah, it hit him straight in the center of the mask. He's getting up on 2 feet right now. The Jays have Alejandro Kirk if they need it. Jose Menestral talking to Heineman, getting him to close his eyes, probably running through preliminary concussion or head injury type testing. Well, John Schneider's starting to head back, and it looks like Jose Menestral will as well. Doesn't get a lot tougher than a catcher. Tyler Heineman showing that. He's going to ask Garcia to throw him a pitch at least before he gets ready to go. Thumbs up from Heineman. Great to see that he's all right, and Hayward will step back in with an 0-2 count. Nobody out. Garcia set at the belt, kicks, offers. This one popped up a mile. Just back of second base. Bo Bichette out to center field, gives way to Miles Straw. who makes the grab. 1 out.
You can already tell early on in this outing for Jimmy Garcia that he has that good stuff. That last fastball had a lot of life. It was 97 miles an hour, and most importantly, it was really well located.
Garcia with about a 3.30 ERA coming into this ball game. Had that little bump in the road about a week and a half ago, but has been about as good as any reliever for Toronto. 1 out. He'll face the top of the order. Here's Fernando Tatis Jr. The pitch. Hit sharply on 1 hop, picked up at third. Barger rockets over to first. 2 down.
No sidearm throw there. That's patented Addison Barger, a bullet across the diamond for out number 2.
Big for Garcia to get Tatis on the first pitch. Tatis goes to 0 for 3 with a walk today. Blue Jays up 4-2. 2 outs, top of the 8th. St. Louis Bar and Grill out of town scoreboard. The Yankees won today, 1-0. So Toronto trying to keep pace, 5.5 back. A win would get them back to 5 back. Pitch down to Luis Arraez. Called a strike. A rare 0 for 3 day for Arraez with a strikeout involved in a ground ball double play. 0-1. Poke to left field. That's trouble down the line. That's a fair ball bouncing into the corner. Clase scoops it up. Arraez into second. And there are no bad days for Luis Arraez. He's got a double. He's 1 for 4.
I mean, that's about as Luis Arraez as it gets right there. It was a changeup down and away, and he just flicks the bat at it for a double. I mean, that's a big hit in this ball game, especially with Manny Machado up at the plate now. He's the tying run standing in that batter's box.
It's felt like the Blue Jays have had control in this game for a while, but they've only been up 2 runs. Machado, 3 home runs on the season, approaching 400 in his career. The pitch. Low ball 1. Arraez leading off second. Ernie Clement's keeping him close. Second baseman plays near the bag. Now backs up. 1-0. Machado lifts it to shallow center. Sprinting in Straw. Going back out Clement. Ernie Clement makes the over-the-shoulder grab to end the inning. That's a Gold Glove finalist making a big play in shallow center. And a scoreless inning for Garcia around the Arraez double. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Blue Jays 4, Padres 2. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ home hardware and building center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Sportsnet Plus is the streaming home of the Blue Jays.
Oh, what a catch!
Stream over 150 Blue Jays games all season long.
You won't see this anywhere else.
Including pre- and post-game coverage with Jamie and Joe on Blue Jays Central.
One of the best in the game right here.
Watch all the Blue Jays action wherever you are, at home or on the go.
Don't you love baseball?
Plans start from $24.99 a month.
We are good to go.
Subscribe at sportsnetplus.ca.
Hi, this is Tyler Heineman, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Series finale between the Blue Jays and the Padres, and we're in the bottom of the 8th inning. Blue Jays 4, Padres 2 at Rogers Center. Bottom of the 8th starts with a Padres pitching change. That's brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. massive right-hander. Sean Reynolds is on 6'9". He looks in at Jonathan Clase, and the pitch. Downstairs at 94, ball 1. For the right-hander Reynolds, his 5th appearance of the year, 14th career. 1-0 pitch, called a strike.
Sean Reynolds walked by me on the field yesterday, I think a couple days ago.
Yeah.
And I looked at you and I said, how tall is that guy?
He made you look pretty small. 1-1. In the dirt, 2 balls, 1 strike. For Reynolds, the mix, 4-seamer slider, sweeper, and change. He's huge. That doesn't mean he throws 100, but his stride almost gets past the mound. He gets so much extension on every pitch. The 2-1. Low, 3 balls, 1 strike.
Not always the case, but generally speaking, when a guy is as tall as Reynolds is, that 94, like he just threw, probably seems like 96, maybe even 97.
Next pitch. Called a strike at 95. 3 balls and 2 strikes. It's Clase, Straw, Heineman due up for the Blue Jays, bottom 3rd of the Toronto order. Reynolds with the glove at his face. Brings it down, kicks, offers. Down and in, ball 4. Actually had the zone, but missed his spot by enough that the Diaz catch made it look like a ball, and it's a leadoff walk.
Yeah, that's one of those pitches where it's really a perfect pitch, a pitcher's pitch on the inside corner, but Diaz was set up on the outside part of the plate. If he's set up on the inside part of the plate, it's probably called a strike.
So big inning here for Sean Reynolds. Padres still very much in it. 4-2 Blue Jays, bottom 8. Clase on first, and the pitch to Straw. Foul tip, strike 1.
I would imagine that Clase is going to try to steal second base. Like you said, that's a big run on first base. Would rather see Jeff Hoffman with a 3-run lead than a 2-run lead.
And I think we're honestly both hoping we see Clase run because we want to see it. It sounds exciting. 0-1. Pitch is high and a dive back in by Clase as Diaz faked a back pick. 1 ball, 1 strike. By the way, it's school day, so someone did just try to throw a paper airplane onto the field. They got incredibly close. Landed in the first row. The 1-1. Clase takes off. Pitch outside and low a ball. Throw down to second. Bounces, and it's not reeled in by Cronenworth. Actually was a pretty good throw there from Diaz. They might have had him, but the pick not made cleanly. And it's a stolen base for Clase, his 2nd this year.
I'm pretty sure that Jonathan Clase got a late jump off of Reynolds. I mean, that's a tough throw to corral out at second base.
Yeah.
Just a short hop throw from from Diaz.
That was also tailing toward right center field. So runner in scoring position, 2-1 count, no outs. And the pitch, Straw squares, pops up a bunt, third base side, long run, Machado slides, and he makes the catch. Nice play by Machado and a tough outcome for the Blue Jays as they can't get the sac bunt down, so Clase remains at 2nd.
A lot like Xander Bogaerts, Manny Machado makes everything look cool, doesn't he?
Yeah, he really kind of slid, caught, popped up, faked a throw to second, all in one motion. He's been doing it at a high level for a long time. The 3 errors happened yesterday in 1 inning, but really he is a good third baseman.
Yeah, those 3 errors were not cool.
No. 1 out, pitch to Tyler Heineman. He squares to bunt, bunts it toward third, picked up Reynolds, throw over to first just in time. Clase advances to third base. That was a bunt for a base hit attempt. There's not much of a reason to sacrifice a guy to third, and it almost worked out for Heineman, who will still get credited with a sac bunt.
Yeah, Reynolds made a really nice play. I'm not sure exactly where Manny Machado was playing. Was he way back?
He was a little bit further back.
But Sean Reynolds comes up with the great play, fields that baseball. There was a strike to first base for the out.
2 down, Bo Bichette is up. 4-2 Blue Jays, bottom 8 with Clase on third. Hoffman warming, the pitch to Bo, called a strike. Clase leading off of third base in foul territory. Machado nowhere close, so he can get really extended. 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. And Machado's at the back of the dirt and a handful of feet off the line. Clase can get really aggressive if he wants to try something here.
I wouldn't mind seeing that.
2 outs. And the 0-2. Down and away, ball 1. At a minimum, every pitch in the dirt is going to be dangerous for the Padres, even if Diaz gets a piece of it.
Well, Diaz knows that Clase has speed, and he's way down that line. Every time he goes to throw the ball back to the pitcher, he stares at Clase.
1-2. High, 2 balls, 2 strikes. And Clase's bouncing around, faking steps towards the plate, making himself known to the Padre catcher. Two. Swinging bunt, tapped in front of the plate. Picked up Reynolds, the pitcher, bobbles, regathers, throws over to first, and ends the inning. He survives a leadoff walk to Sean Reynolds, stranding Clase on third, and we go to the 9th. Blue Jays looking for a sweep. They lead 4-2. Jeff Hoffman into the game next. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
There's a world where new wave rolls. First Wave, where 80s era alternative and cult classics play 24/7. Get your new wave fix on First Wave. Channel 33, or listen at home with SiriusXM on your phone, computer, Alexa, TV, and other internet-connected devices and speakers.
Baseball is back. It's former general manager Jim Duquette, and every Sunday on the front office, we have you covered on everything happening across Major League Baseball.
That's right, Duke. It's former big league GM Jim Bowden. Injuries, extensions, promotions, demotions, and trades. We'll have you covered on all the news.
We'll bring you the front office perspective as the season heats up.
Front office with Jim Duquette and Jim Bowden, Sundays at 10 a.m. Eastern on MLB Network Radio, Channel 89, and on the SiriusXM app.
Fantasy Sports Radio is helping you win your fantasy leagues right now on Channel 87.
Say goodbye, home run Aaron Judge.
From in-season fantasy baseball management to helping you prepare for your fantasy football drafts, Fantasy Sports Radio is here to help you dominate.
Don't ever take a player that you don't intend to keep all year. Don't do it. It's terrible management.
Fantasy Sports Radio, your home for fantasy sports. Channel 87 and on the SiriusXM app. Blue Jays fans, after this game, get back to what's really important. Your fantasy football team. We're talking about it right now on Fantasy Sports Radio, Channel 87 and the SiriusXM app.
Radio Network.
Welcome back to Rogers Center. 9th inning and a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Closer Jeff Hoffman into the ballgame. 10 saves on the year. He pitches with a 4-2 Blue Jays lead. Hoffman to Jackson Merrill. High and outside, ball 1. The 9th inning is brought to you by new pizza from Pizza Pizza. Get a huge 18-inch double XL 3-topping pizza for just $19.99. Bigger slices, bigger bites. Only at Pizza Pizza, actually Canadian. The 1-0. Swing and a miss.
Job number 1 for Hoffman in this inning is just fill up the strike zone. Don't let that tying run come to the plate.
He's going to face 3 left-handed hitters, barring any changes, starting with Merrill, 1-1. Check swing, pitch down and in, appeal to third, no swing, says Todd Tishner. 2 balls, 1 strike. Last time we saw Hoffman was on the 20th, opener of this series. 2-1. Down and in, 3-1.
Got to throw a strike here. Don't want to walk the leadoff guy.
Hoffman struck out Merrill in that last outing 2 days ago. But now he's behind him. The 3-1 pitch. Hit back foul. Count is full. Gavin Sheets waiting on deck. Jake Cronenworth 2 up third. Good handful of the school kids still here today. Hoffman cupping his ear to hear the signal. 3-2. High and outside, ball 4. Ball skips away, so Heineman races to the backstop just to make sure that Merrill can't take off. But with that leadoff walk, the tying run will come to the plate.
And Gavin Sheets, who already has a home run in this ball game, has a ton of power, so you don't want to throw something over the middle of the plate, something he could potentially barrel up in this at bat, but you still have to throw strikes.
Sheets not only homered in the second, barely missed another homer in the fourth. Hoffman's pitch. Splitter for a strike. Fastball, slider, splitter is the mix for Jeff Hoffman.
I would imagine that Jackson Merrill isn't going anywhere, so you don't really have to pay too close attention to him over there at first base.
The 0-1. High and outside. Missed with the splitter. 1 ball, 1 strike. Guerrero is holding Merrill on. Second baseman Clement plays shifted over toward first and deep with the left-handed hitter up in Gavin Sheets. 1-1 pitch. Hit well, right center field. Racing back, Strawn near the warning track. Pulls up at the wall. It is gone. A game-tying 2-run shot from Gavin Sheets. And it's 4-4 with no outs in the ninth. Splitter at the bottom of the zone. Sheets got under it for his second of the day and his 8th of the year.
That's a backbreaker for Jeff Hoffman. Wasn't a bad pitch, but again, you walk the leadoff guy. Normally bad things will happen, and Gavin Sheets with his second home run of the ball game. A good swing there.
Now Hoffman trying to keep it tied. Deals to Jake Cronenworth. Fastball at 99, strike 1. Padres had not scored since the second. We had talked about it, though. The Blue Jays had some opportunities to break this game open further and didn't. So it's 4-4 in the 0-1. High, outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Cronenworth 0 for 1 with a pair of walks. Faces a 1-1 offering. Down and in, 2 balls, 1 strike. Bit of the energy sucked out of the ballpark with that home run. Blue Jays have led since the fourth. Next pitch hit foul, 2-2.
Game's not over. It's a tie ball game,
Certainly.
But like you said, the energy a little bit sucked out of the building. But the Blue Jays have to remember that if they get back to the dugout and the score is still tied, they have a job to do. Just get 1 run and get to Tampa Bay.
Two. Lined and caught at short by Bichette, backhand side, 1 out. Maybe it was a little naive of us to think that the Padres would go away quietly. This is a really good baseball team. They've lost 5 in a row coming into today. They certainly don't want to get swept twice in a row. They were going to do everything they could to keep this game going, and they have kept it going thanks to Gavin Sheets.
Well, I didn't think they would go down quietly, but I definitely didn't think that it would be Gavin Sheets hitting 2 home runs.
Pitch to Elias Diaz, called a strike, 0-1. Yeah, while the Padres have had 1 hit from all of Tatis, Arise, and Machado, Sheets has been their best offensive player. Merrill trailing close behind. 0-1 hit foul, nothing in 2. Sheets is about 5 feet from having a 3-homer game today. One out, base is empty. Right-handed hitting catcher Elias Diaz 0 for 3. Oh-2 pitch. Check swing down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Hoffman just threw his 17th pitch of the outing, and now Brendan Little's getting loose out there in that bullpen.
On the other side, Robert Suarez, the closer, and Jason Adam, the setup man, getting loose as the 1-2 is skipped by Hoffman. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We haven't seen much of the high leverage relievers for the Padres because they haven't led much in this series. Suarez and Adam both very tough. 2-2. High. Check swing by Diaz at 97. Ball 3. Infield shifted to the pull side. Barger at third playing deep and close to the foul line. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him on his slider. 2 down.
That's a pretty good slider. A little bit further outside than I'm sure Jeff Hoffman or Tyler Heineman wanted. But Diaz has shown during this ball game that he swings at a lot of sliders off the plate, out of the strike zone. That one right there, no different.
2 down, top of the ninth. 4-4 game after the game-tying home run by Gavin Sheets. The pitch. Fouled back by Iglesias. He was going for a 5-4 lead. It's 0-1. He has a flair for the dramatic, Jose Iglesias, who is not only a professional baseball player, but an accomplished Latin pop star as well.
Not unlike yourself, Ben.
That's true. The 0-1. Hit foul away, 0-2. Iglesias has 1 hit today and 3 tries. Batting with 2 strikes on him, 2 outs. Space is empty, 4-4 game. Top of the ninth. Hoffman set at the belt. Ball tucked into his blue glove. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Padres get a pair to keep this game going, but Hoffman retires 3 in a row to at least keep it at 4-4 and give the Blue Jays a chance to walk it off in the bottom of the ninth. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads off when we come back. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
If you're looking for a fun day, did you know the day before Monday? Junior J Sunday. You can paint your face, come and meet Ace and run base to base. On Junior J Sunday. So many things to do. You could bring your crew and even mom and dad too. Junior J Sunday.
Lights up, let's go to Junior J Sundays. It's family fun throughout the ballpark with games and activities that your squad will never forget.
Feeling the song, grab your dad or mom, visit BlueJays.com. Junior J Sunday.
Of all the things that TimberMart can lend a hand to build, community ranks among the most important. And with the TimberMart Local Leaders Initiative, we strive to recognize those dedicated to making their hometowns a better place to live, work, and play. From now to June 25th, you can vote to select our grand prize winner. They'll receive a $10,000 grant to support their outstanding initiative as TimberMart's Local Leader of the Year. To vote, visit local-leaders.com. TimberMart, Canada's building center.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Barger in a second with a first inning 2-run double. It's 2-0 Toronto.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Blue Jays and Padres now tied at 4 as we head to the bottom of the ninth inning at the Rogers Center. Don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this afternoon. Blair and Barker have the postgame show. They will take your calls via the back leg line today. You can leave them a message right now, 416-413-3959. You can text them as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's Text line, always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you, as always, by Crown Rust Protection. This game is tied at 4, bottom ninth at the Rogers Center. With the call, here are Ben Shulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. Show a pitching change for the Padres. Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Former Blue Jay, and more notably a former Ray, Jason Adam is on, traditionally the setup man for the Padres. He'll pitch here with the game tied 4-4, facing the heart of the Blue Jay order. Guerrero, Varsho, Barger, 1 run, wins it for Toronto. Tall righty Adams set on the first base side of the rubber. His pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 1. Adam has a mid-90s fastball, but doesn't show it very often. It's a lot of changeups, sliders, and sweepers. His 0-1. Outside with a slider, 1 ball, 1 strike. He's having a fantastic season, Jason Adam, in his first full year with the Padres. 1.5 ERA in 23 innings. The 1-1. Hit high. Deep center field. Merrill back at the warning track. Makes the catch. 1 out. That got close.
About maybe 5 or 10 feet from that wall in center field. I think Vladimir Guerrero Jr. actually thought he got that. Did a good job faking everybody out. Looked like this ball game was over.
Instead, the baton gets passed to the team's home run leader, Dalton Varsho. 7 on the year. And with 1 out the pitch, hit foul off to the left into the seats. 0-1. Blue Jays were up 4-2 going into the top of the 9th, but a 2-run homer surrendered by Jeff Hoffman to Gavin Sheets has made it 4-4. Pitch to Varsho. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Now the Blue Jays will look for a hero today. It's been Alejandro Kirk this year. It's been Ernie Clement recently. 1-1. Foul tip, 1-2.
That's such a good changeup. Adam is so funky, a little short arm action. He has 4 good pitches, all pitches he can throw for strikes in any count, really.
It's going to throw the changeup most, but it's a pretty even mix. 1-2. High and outside. Threw that changeup again at 89. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Adams set at the belt. He kicks and offers. Varsho rolls it over toward first base softly. Picked up Sheets. Flips back to the covering Adam. 2 outs. Last chance for the Blue Jays to win it before extra innings. Addison Barger coming up. 2 out, spaces empty, 4-4 game. So the right guy in this spot. He's been great today. 3 for 4, 2 singles and a double. The pitch home. High ball 1.
I like this matchup. Addison Barger, as we've seen over the last week or so, he's really been locked in. Especially today, 3 for 4 in the ball game.
(1-0). Downstairs 2-0.
Just easy takes. Those are pitches that he would be offering at least flinching at earlier on this season, early on in his career. He's really tightened up that approach.
Barger has a walk-off homer in his career against the Angels. August 23 last season. 2-0, big hack and a miss. 2-1.
He was trying to get on that team playing, wasn't he?
Seriously. He grew up a little bit in Florida. Blue Jays going to Florida after this game wraps up. 2-1 pitch. Called a strike. And that was a bit of a mistake there by Adam. Backup slider dropped in to the middle of the zone to make it 2-2. Barger asks for time, stretches out his arms. 2-2 count, bases empty. 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. Padres 4, Blue Jays 4 as Adams sets. And the pitch. Swing and a liner foul. Hit it hard, but well into the seats, off to the right.
He was all over that changeup, wasn't he? Down and in. Addison Barger likes the ball elevated a little bit over the heart of the plate, but he got to that he got to that pitch and barreled it up.
Another 2-2. Check swing. Pitch bounces down and in, ball 3. Blue Jays have Springer, Kirk, Santander, and Michael Stefanik in their dugout. Have not used any of them yet. The payoff pitch. Fouled off. Hopping around for a moment, he hit it off his front foot. If you're the Blue Jays, maybe a little more urgency to finish this game sooner rather than later because they've used so many bullpen arms today. They have a lot less left in their pen than the Padres do. San Diego with just its third reliever of the game right now. Another 3-2 and another foul ball.
Well, if Brendan Little comes out of that bullpen, which I'm assuming he will, he's the guy that I like for that 10th inning because he can strike you out, he can strike out guys, and strand that runner at second base. That's probably the most important thing, having a guy that can strike people out in those extra innings.
3-2 again. Fouled off once more. After Little, the Blue Jays will have Lauer, who they probably won't use because he's supposed to pitch tomorrow, Fisher, and Urena, who went 2 innings yesterday. They've already used Hoffman, Garcia, Green, Rodriguez, and Fluharty. The pitch to Barger. Outside, ball 4, a great at-bat, and the Blue Jays have the winning run on first.
Took that pitch like it was 10 feet outside. It was a close pitch just off the plate.
Barger on first, giving an opportunity to Ernie Clement, who we've seen already come up with a walk-off hit this year and last year. Right on right, the pitch from Jason Adam. Down and away, ball 1.
Addison Barger does have 1 stolen base this season. I don't know if this is the time to try, but getting to second base with 2 outs is probably pretty important.
Mark Budzinski at least gave him a word or two. Barger extending his lead with Adam facing his back to him. 1-0. Check swing. Pitch called down and away. A peel down to first, no swing. That pitch probably hit the zone, but the Blue Jays benefit. It's 2-0.
I also thought he might have swung at that pitch.
Then they got a benefit in a couple ways, but they'll take it. 2 outs and Barger going on contact. A double could win it. 2-0 pitch, down and away. Check swing. Peel down, no swing. It was the exact same look. So if it wasn't a swing last time, it wasn't a swing this time.
And
it's
the Padres are barking right now out of that first base dugout. I tend to agree with them. Both of those pitches looks like swings to me.
3-0 count, winning run on first. Adams pitch. Clement taken all the way, takes high, ball 4, and the Blue Jays push the winning run into scoring position.
And now all it takes is a broken bat single. Just dump something in front of those outfielders, and Addison Barger will score from second base.
Ruben Niebla is going to go out to the hill. Padres don't have anyone up right now. Robert Suarez was loosening up earlier, but he has sat back down. So for now, this is Jason Adams' game. 2 quick outs for Adam. He got Guerrero and Varsho, but Barger and Clement, who have been such a big factor in some of the recent success for Toronto, each walked. And if you're looking at a trio of guys at the bottom of the order who have been big for the Blue Jays last week, it's Barger, it's Clement, and it's Nathan Lucas, who's about to hit with the game on the line.
Well, Nathan Lucas is very good at waiting back and stroking that ball the other way. Jason Adam throws a lot of changeups. Let's see if Nathan Lucas can hit that thing the other way.
Mound meeting over. First and second. 2 outs. Addison Barger on second base with decent speed is the winning run. Lucas is 0 for 2, a pair of walks today. Adam sets, looking at second. And the pitch. Called strike. Good breaking ball, hit the knees. 0-1. They're shifting pretty heavily to the pull side right now for Lucas. He's got a lot of room to work with on the third base side of the diamond. 0-1. Swing and a flare out to right field. Circling under it, Tatis makes a 2-handed catch. And we got free baseball at Rogers Center. 4-4 game going to the 10th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Swinging a liner, caught at third on a slide by Ernie Clement.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Alley with you. The Blue Jays and Padres tied at 4 as we head to the top of the 10th at the Rogers Center. A quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Stanley Cup playoff action will continue tonight. We'll get Game 2 between the Panthers and Hurricanes. Florida, 1-0 series lead for them. Puck drop goes 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. Real Kipper and Bourne will follow Jays Talk with Blair and Barker tonight, and they'll get you set for that game later on. Blue Jays Baseball is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. This game is tied at 4 in the top of the 10th inning at the Rogers Center. Automatic runner time. Here are Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. New pitcher for the Blue Jays brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. Left-hander Brendan Little into the game. 4-4 is the score, and the automatic runner, the ghost runner, the Manfred runner, whatever you'd like to call it, it's Jose Iglesias on second base for the Padres. Little is now the 6th reliever to enter, 7th Blue Jay pitcher overall after the 4-inning start from Francis. First pitch to the pinch hitter, Xander Bogaerts, down and in, ball 1.
This is a tough ask for Brendan Little. Xander Bogaerts, Fernando Tatis Jr., and then a Luis Arraez.
Trying to keep it 4-4 with a runner in scoring position. Little's 1-0. Chop to the third base side. Iglesias advancing, charging in. Barger throws on the run to first and gets Bogaerts for the out. Iglesias does advance, but that could have been a whole lot worse if not for a very good play at the hot corner.
And now you need a strikeout. That's why I like the fact that Brendan Little is in this ball game right now. A guy that can strike out pretty much anybody. That's what you're aiming for if you're on that mound right now.
So the infield is in. 4-4. 1 out, runner on third. Fernando Tatis Jr. up. Little kicks and deals. Down and in with the knuckle curve. Brendan Little has thrown just under 23 innings this year. He's punched out over a batter an inning by a wide margin. 34 strikeouts in 22 2/3.
Tyler Heineman has to be a wall back there. We've seen Brendan Little bounce curveballs in front of home plate this season.
1-0. In the dirt, blocked by Heineman. 2-0. Tatis is 0 for 3 today. 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. A ground out to third, sandwiched in between his walk. 2-0. Called strike. Threw the curveball for a strike. We don't see that very often. It's 2-1.
Yeah, usually bounces that thing.
Well, I guess you got to drop it in there every once in a while, or guys are just going to stop swinging at it. Gets a little extra second as back-to-back pitches. There's been some sort of equipment malfunction for Tyler Heineman. But it looks like we're all good. Infield in, outfield back, so a lot of room in between for Tatis. Runner on third, 1 out. Little kicks and offers. Down and in, bounced it. 3-1.
It seems like Fernando Tatis, his approach right now is just see it up. He's not offering at any of those breaking balls below the strike zone. I mean, that's the perfect approach against Brendan Little, who really lives at the bottom of that strike zone and below it.
Little leans in, now stands tall in the set. 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Broke his own rule as he went after a curveball low, 3-2.
Well, that one was a little bit higher. It started almost right down the middle and ended just below that strike zone. Maybe got a little bit antsy.
The payoff pitch. He got him. Swing and a miss on a curveball just below the zone, 2 down.
Well, it's also important to remember that in the back of every hitter's mind that's facing Brendan Little is that 95-mile-an-hour sinker. Eventually, that pitch will come, and I'm sure that's what Fernando Tatis Jr. was thinking there. He didn't get one. He got that good breaking ball.
So 2 outs, still a big hurdle to clear for Little. His pitch to Luis Arraez. Fastball just misses, maybe a little high, maybe a little outside. Probably could have been called a strike. It's 1-0.
Arraez shaking his head after that pitch was called.
Arraez trying to knock home Iglesias from third. 4-4 game. The pitch. Arraez taken all the way, takes a strike.
He's really animated up in that batter's box, nodding his head, shaking his head, moving around.
Left-handed hitter, 1 for 4. The 1-1. Lined left center field, base hit. Iglesias jogs home, and Arraez does it again. His second hit of the day, and he gives the Padres their first lead since the 3rd inning.
He's such a tough out. That was a very good fastball in off the plate, and Luis Arraez has such quick hands. He pulled that bat through and just drilled it out to left center. I almost think that the Blue Jays should have pitched around Arraez to face Manny Machado. Arraez is so good with that bat.
It's a tough call either way, because Arraez gets aboard as Machado now takes a strike. Arraez hitting above 300, but he's a left-handed hitter. Machado himself entered today batting .314, and he in theory has the platoon advantage on Little being a right-handed hitter. The 0-1, outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
The only thing that I would think about in that situation, and you're absolutely correct, is Manny Machado has a lot more swing and miss.
Sure.
And Brendan Little has a lot of swing and miss in that left arm, so I like that matchup.
1-1. Bounce foul, 1-2. 5-4 Padres. 2 outs, top of the 10th. The rise on first. Blue Jays have the bottom third of their order due up in the 10th. You wonder if you see some guys start to come out of the Toronto dugout, like a Springer or a Kirk. 1-2 outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. I think for a couple reasons, many in the Blue Jays dugout will feel this game should have already been over. 2-2. Rolled over to third. Barger with a Sunday hop. Tosses over to first base to get Machado. And end the inning. Arraez with a 2-out RBI single. Brings home the automatic runner. And now the Blue Jays have to do the same to tie or score 2 to win it. They'll face closer Robert Suarez when we come back. 5-4 San Diego. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center. Streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit
What's up, Blue Jays fans? We're in extra innings. Come on, Blue Jays. We need to get this sweep. Let's go. Great to see everybody here in the chat. Carmen, Shroom, Tate, XD Cloud. Good to see you guys. Roger Lambert as well. Blue Jays doing overtime today. Thanks for being here. This is your reminder. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button if you're new. Let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Check out our link that's pinned in the chat to take you to our SickKids Playoff Pulse campaign. And come on, Blue Jays, let's get the win today.
Missed, Strike three.
Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays Baseball. Show Ali with you. The Blue Jays trail the Padres 5-4 as we head to the bottom of the 10th inning at the Rogers Center. Quick check of the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. Some breaking news. MLSE and the Toronto Maple Leafs put out a press release stating that after 11 seasons as team president and alternate governor, the contract of Brendan Shanahan would not be renewed. Real Kipper and Bourne will follow Blair and Barker today, so stay tuned for their reaction. MLSE President and CEO Keith Pelly will speak tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. And speaking of B&B, they do have Jays Talk. They will take your calls and texts once this game is in the books. Blue Jays Baseball brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. The Blue Jays now trail the Padres 5-4, bottom 10 at the Dome. Here are Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much. It's Pitching Change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays, locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 5-4 Padres. Closer Robert Suarez is on for San Diego. Blue Jays have an automatic runner in Nathan Lucas. He represents the tying run, and Jonathan Clase will lead off the inning. Blue Jays have not scored since the fourth inning. And left on a good handful of runners. They'll try and make up for that. They need 1 to tie, 2 to win it here in the bottom of the 10th. Suarez looks at second, deals to Clase, who bounces it up the middle into center field, a base hit. Wave given to Lucas. Throw to the plate from Merrill, not in time, and in one pitch, we're tied in the 10th.
Well, how about that? Jonathan Clase is starting to look more comfortable in that batter's box. He jumps all over that first pitch from Suarez. Didn't hit it all that hard, but he found a hole up the middle, and this is a tie ball game.
It's the fourth time Clase has been on, and now he's the winning run, and you might hear that music. It's a pinch hitter for the Blue Jays. George Springer is going to enter for Miles Straw.
And now the question is, does Jonathan Clase try to steal second base with nobody out in this inning? I would venture to guess and say yes, but I guess you never know what John Schneider's thinking.
You might want to be aggressive because the Blue Jays are running out of pitchers. They only have 3 more unused guys. Lauer probably not available, and then Fisher and Urania. Springer coming off the bench in the 10th inning, 5-5 game. The pitch from Suarez. Swing and a miss.
It's also very tough to string together base hits against Suarez. Suarez has given up just 7 hits in 19 innings this season. That's incredible.
He averages 98 on the four-seamer. There's a change and a sinker as well. Step off, throw to first, close play, but a dive back in by Clase. We've already seen 1 stolen base today from Jonathan Clase, his second of the Major League season. He has 15 at AAA. 0-1. Swinging a fly ball to center. Merrill started back, now coming in. Makes the catch, 1 out.
And now with 1 out in the inning, I would say that Clase is probably going to try to steal second base at some point during this at-bat.
It'll be another pinch hitter for the Blue Jays. Alejandro Kirk is into the game. Tyler Heineman lifted. We've seen a Kirk walk-off this year against the Red Sox here at home. Clase leading off first. Suarez, the right-hander from Venezuela, comes set. And the pitch. Called a strike. San Diego has brought in Tyler Wade defensively. He's playing left field. So they've used everyone off their bench except Martin Maldonado. 0-1. Swing and a miss, 0-2. For the Blue Jays, the only guys left on their bench, Michael Stefanik and Anthony Santander, and we don't know for sure that Santander is even available. Five game in the 10th. Clase with the game-tying RBI single. Now he's on first. 0-2. Hit away, foul. 95 elevated. Kirk with a very slow swing just to make sure he made contact with the baseball.
Yeah, he was a little bit fooled by that elevated fastball. Good job staying alive, just fouling that pitch off.
Suarez peeks at first and sets. Another 0-2. And another foul ball to the right, this time 97 elevated. And a little bit more of a fluid swing there from Kirk. Clase at first talking with Mark Budzinski. He's danced around a little but hasn't left yet. One out, the 0-2. Line, left field, base hit. Picked up on a bounce by Wade. Clase up to second. Blue Jays have the winning run in scoring position.
And that's why I was thinking early on in that at-bat, Clase should have stolen second base, or at least attempted to steal second base. He didn't attempt a steal at all during that at-bat. I'm wondering what was happening there, if he wasn't getting a good read off of Suarez, or he was thinking maybe a pitch out was coming in an 0-2 count. But he could have scored there on that base hit.
If he had made it.
If he had made it.
But it's a good point by you. Now the Blue Jays need a third hit in this inning off Suarez. Pitch to Bo Bichette. Check swing. Peel down to first. Was not granted by James Jean, so that'll go as ball one. Bichette with 2 hits today. One more hit should win it for the Blue Jays. 5-5, 1 out, bottom of the 10th. Suarez kicks and fires and hits the inner half with a fastball, 1-1.
Padres outfielders are pretty far in trying to cut off that run at home plate if a bloop single happens.
The dangerous thing is a deep flyout could turn into a base hit for Bo Bichette. The 1-1. Inside, nearly hit him. 97 almost grazed Bichette. I even wonder if the Blue Jays were going to think about challenging that, but Bo made no indication. So it's 2-1. Fastest player on the team on second base, Jonathan Clase. He's the winning run. Suarez looks at him, offers home. Swing and a fly ball right field line. Foul as it slices into the seats. 2-2. Bichette at the plate. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. on deck. Bo flips around his bat and brings it above his right shoulder. The 2-2. Called strike 3. 97 on the outside corner, 2 down.
That's a really good pitch. That's a pitch that you need to at least try to foul off if you're fooled, just like Bo Bichette was. But that's a good pitch, 98 miles an hour down and away.
It's not a good result, but it's not worst case scenario because that would have been a double play ball. Now the Blue Jays still get one more chance. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. at the plate. Hitless today, 0 for 4. He was hit by a pitch once. The offering from Suarez. Called a strike. First and second, 2 down, 5-5 in the 10th. Braden Fisher getting loose for the Blue Jays. The 0-1. Called a strike again, 0-2. Vladdy hasn't liked either of the calls the strike box has. Both of them look like they got the zone.
That last pitch was very much in the strike box. That's a good pitch from Suarez.
It's a 99-mile-an-hour sinker, bottom middle of the zone. A flare that drops in would do it for the Blue Jays. First and second, 2 down. Suarez set, glove at his belt. The 0-2. Lifted to right field. Playable for Tatis. He makes the catch. We go to the 11th. The Blue Jays tie it on the Clase hit, but they leave him on second base. It's 5-5 going to the 11th inning. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Which Looney Dogger are you? Do you approach Tuesdays with swagger and style? You could be a Rizzy Glizzy. Maybe you're an architect stacking your Looney Dogs up high. Do you walk into the ballpark with the confidence of an MVD? Then you're the most valuable dogger. This season at Rogers Center, every Tuesday home game is Looney Dogs Night, presented by Schneider's. No matter which Looney Dogger you are, you'll have the opportunity to purchase $1 hot dogs.
Hey, you. Yeah, you. I'm talking to you. Thanks for hanging out with us this afternoon, this evening, what time it is, wherever you're watching from all over the world. Now that we have your attention, please help us continue to grow this amazing community. We are over 100,000 subscribers here on YouTube, and we want to keep climbing all the way up to 250, all the way up to 1 million. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hitting that subscribe button and helping us grow this awesome community. Don't forget to turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single game of the Eastern and Western Conference Finals for both the NBA and the NHL as part of our Playoff Pulse campaign.
Hey, you! Yeah, you! Joe Bowen here, voice of the Leafs. Holy Mackinac, we've passed 100,000 insiders on Toronto Sports Insider. The Playoff Pulse campaign is unstoppable. Let's aim even higher. Subscribe now and join this amazing community making a difference. Together, we're showing SickKids the power of sports fans worldwide. Let's keep growing this global community.
Hey you, yeah you, Easton Cowan, Leafs prospect here. I'm loving these Playoff Pulse live hangouts. Subscribe and turn on the bell to catch every game. Keep the chat buzzing and let's cheer for SickKids together. See you in the chat.
Thank you, Sean. Brendan Little remaining in this ball game. It's the 11th inning of the series finale. A couple defensive changes for the Blue Jays. Kirk behind the plate. Springer has moved into right, bumping Lucas to center. Miles Straw was taken out in the bottom of the 10th. 5-5 game. And Little will face Jackson Merrill, the lefty, with Manny Machado on second as the automatic runner. The pitch. Called a strike. Blue Jays looking for a sweep and looking to get above 500. Padres trying to avoid 6 straight losses and back-to-back sweeps the wrong way. Swing and a miss at the 0-1. It's 0-2.
This is a big game for both teams. That's part of the reason why Brendan Little is still out there on that mound.
Little's 0-2. Rolled over foul. He pitched in the 10th inning, pitched well, but a Luis Arraez single scored at that time the go-ahead run. Jonathan Clase picked up Little with an RBI single of his own in the 10th, and now we're in the 11th. 0-2. Hit high in the air, deep left center field. Lucas ranging back at the warning track makes the catch. Machado tagging, he'll get to third with 1 out. And Machado off the back for a second. Barger went to tag him, but Machado got back on.
I don't know if Machado was baiting Addison Barger there, or he just didn't think that Addison Barger would run at him with the ball in his glove. Needless to say, that was a close play.
And also, either way, I don't know what the upside would have been for Machado. Just kind of an odd move from him. But he's on third, 1 out, infield in, and the pitch to Gavin Sheets. Called a strike. The reason we're still here, Sheets with 2 home runs and 4 RBIs today, including the 2-run shot off Jeff Hoffman to tie the game in the 9th. 5-5 is the score right now. Left on left, Little sets, kicks and delivers. Downstairs, ball 1. Little ready to go again. His 23rd pitch of the outing. Bounce to the plate, blocked by Kirk, who just got in there this inning. 2-1.
That's a good job from Alejandro Kirk. Again, we've said this a lot today, but Brendan Little's curveball tends to bounce in front of the plate, just behind home plate, so he's very tough to square up and block for any catcher. But Alejandro Kirk doing a good job saving that run right there.
The 2-1. Flare out to center and a base hit to give the Padres the lead again. 6-5 on the RBI single by Sheets. He's got 5 driven in today.
Didn't try to do too much with that curveball. Just flick the bat, flick the wrists. Little line drive into center field for a Padres lead.
See the frustration from Little. I mean, really tough spot for him. He's faced the top to middle of the order for the Padres, having to keep guys from scoring at second base. First pitch now to Cronenworth, called a strike. 0-1. Not to mention, he's thrown a bunch of pitches. 25th just went into Cronenworth. That matches a season high. 0-1. Low, 1 ball, 1 strike.
And if Brendan Little gets to 30 pitches, you probably lose him for at least 2 days in that Blue Jays bullpen.
One pitch. Bounce foul, 1-2. The Blue Jays used a lot of relievers today, and until the very end, it worked incredibly well. Francis was a little shaky. They took him out after 4. Scoreless inning in a third, Rodriguez. Fluharty with a scoreless inning. Scoreless 2/3 from Green, and a scoreless inning from Garcia. 1-2 pitch, low, 2 balls, 2 strikes. It was just the 9th where it fell apart with the 2-run Sheets homer. That turned a 4-2 Blue Jays lead into a 4-4 game. Now it's 6-5 Padres in the 11th. 1 out. Runner on first in the 2-2 to Jake Cronenworth. Bounce foul. Next pitch for Little will be his 30th.
Braden Fisher's been warming up down there in that Blue Jays bullpen, but we'll see what happens.
2-2. Line foul off to the left. I mean, there's a good chance Fisher comes in after this batter. Part of the reason I think you keep Little in, Merrill, Sheets, Cronenworth were due up this inning. All 3 hit left-handed. After that, it'll be 4 straight righty hitters. Actually, 1 mixed in Tyler Wade, who substituted in late, but 3 out of 4 will hit right. 2-2. Grounded foul again. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 11th, Varsho Barger Clement hit for the Blue Jays. But it looks like Toronto will have to face the very dangerous Jeremiah Estrada, who we saw earlier in this series. Very hard-throwing righty. Actually saw him yesterday. 2-2. Low, 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Some good arms in that Padres bullpen.
For sure. I mean, you think about, they're pulling some of their guys like a Steven Kolek, like a Randy Vasquez out of the pen right now due to injuries. Pitching staff overall, when healthy, could be dominant. 3-2. Runner takes off from first and the pitch fouled off. Cronenworth is just not letting Little get out of this ball game. He has fouled off a ton of pitches. He's seen 9 total in the plate appearance. 33 pitches now for Little. His high with the Blue Jays is 35. Came in April of last year. Another 3-2. Lined left field and caught head high by Clase. Going back to first is Sheets. 2 down.
That's a big out. Here comes John Schneider to yank Brendan Little out of this ball game.
Pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. 6-5 Padres. 2 outs, runner on first. Braden Fisher about to come in. Let's go over to Show Ali.
Thanks very much, Ben. Let's check in on the St. Louis Bar and Grill out-of-town scoreboard. We'll start with the world of hockey. And one more time for those who missed it, Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment and the Toronto Maple Leafs putting out a press release earlier at the top of the hour stating that after 11 seasons as team president and alternate governor, the contract of Brendan Shanahan will not be renewed. If you want a reaction to this, Real Kipper and Bourne will follow Blair and Barker later on today on our flagship station, Sportsnet 590 The Fan, and on Sportsnet Television, so you can stay tuned for their reaction. Meanwhile, MLSE President and CEO Keith Pelly will speak tomorrow at 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific, and of course, that will be carried on Sportsnet. If we check in elsewhere, later on tonight, we will get Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals between the Florida Panthers and the Carolina Hurricanes. Game 1 went in favor of the Cats, Florida beating Carolina 5-2 on the road to take a 1-0 series lead. Game 2 is tonight in Raleigh. Puck drop goes 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific. And last night, the Stars staging a dramatic comeback in Game 1 of the Western Finals. They were down 3-1 after the second period. They would score 3 straight power play goals in the third. They would go on to win that game 6-3 alongside a few empty netters. Game 2 will be tomorrow in Dallas. Puck drop goes just after 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific Friday night. And we did hear a few hours ago that the Oilers will still be without Matthias Ekholm. He did not play in Game 2, or will not play in Game 2, according to head coach Chris Knobloch. Blue Jays baseball, as always, is brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Let's get you back to the action at the Rogers Center with the call. Here are Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you very much, Joe. Braden Fisher into the ball game for the Blue Jays. 6-5, the Padres lead the Blue Jays with 2 outs and a runner on first in the top of the 11th. 5th Major League appearance for Fisher, brought over from the Dodgers last year in the Kevin Biggio trade. Has not allowed a run of his own yet. He'll face off with Elias Diaz, catcher for the Padres. Fisher looking in. Kicks and offers. High ball 1. Fastball, slider, curveball is the mix for Fisher. Not a huge difference between the slider and curve, but a couple extra miles per hour on that slider. 1-0. Poked away foul. That was the slider again at 89. 1-1.
He's got pretty good stuff. I've been impressed with Braden Fisher's command, his arsenal so far. In a situation like this, you just have to calm yourself down, not try to do too much, and trust that your stuff is good enough.
One. Popped up. Back of second in shallow center. Lucas sprinting in. He'll make the grab and end the inning. Padres get 1, again scoring the automatic runner. And it's 6-5 San Diego going to the bottom of the 11th. You're listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center, streaming at sportsnet.ca and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
At Crown Rust Control Center, protection runs deep because every Crown Rust Control Center is owned by a local family who cares beyond business. Your Crown Rust Control Center is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL. 3-topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Runner going, throw down to second. They got him.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Welcome back to Blue Jays baseball. Show Ali with you as the Blue Jays now trail the Padres 6-5 as we head to the bottom of the 11th inning at the Rogers Center. And don't forget, we do have Jays Talk this afternoon. Blair and Barker have the postgame show. Whenever this game ends, they will take your calls via the back leg line. You can leave them a message right now, 416-413-3959. You can text them as well, 590-590, name and location. The People's text line always open. Standard data and messaging rates may apply. Blue Jays baseball, as always, brought to you by Crown Rust Protection. Again, the Jays trail the Padres 6-5. We're in the bottom of the 11th inning at the Rogers Center. With the call, here are Ben Schulman and Chris LaRue.
Thank you, Show. It's a pitching change brought to you by Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer for the Toronto Blue Jays. Locally owned, genuinely Canadian. It is 6-5 Padres, and it is Jeremiah Estrada, the flame-throwing right-hander, on for San Diego. Automatic runner on second is Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Dalton Varsho, Addison Barger, and Ernie Clement due up this inning. Toronto tied the score right away in the 10th. They'd love to do that again in the 11th, or hey, maybe even win it. Estrada offers. Low ball 1. Varsho 0 for 4 today. He does have a sacrifice fly. 7 home runs on the season. The 1-0. Hit sharply down the first baseline. Fair ball rolling into the right field corner. Vladdy coming in to score. Varsho sprinting into second. He's trying for third. Relay is not in time. RBI triple for Dalton Varsho, and the Blue Jays tie it at 6 with the winning run 90 feet away.
Well, you could tell right out of the box, Dalton Varsho was thinking 3, running hard around first base, and he immediately picked up Carlos Fabulous, the third base coach, as he was rounding first base. What a big hit in this game. What a big hit in this season so far.
Infield in, and the walk. Addison Barger. Don't want to face the Blue Jay hitter that's 3 for 4 today. So for the second time in about a week, an intentional walk gives Ernie Clement the chance to be a hero. Mike Schiltz going to come out to the mound first.
You probably think that they would walk Ernie Clement as well?
To get to Lucas?
Well, just to get the force at every base.
I don't hate it. Perhaps Schiltz is asking right now of Estrada, what do you want?
So, I mean, we've been over this before this season, but the only problem with doing that, and we've seen it a bunch this season, you force the pitcher to throw strikes in the strike zone. You can't bounce a curveball 3-2 because there's no open bases and the winning run is standing at third base. I don't love that idea, but we have seen it this season.
They're not going to walk the bases loaded. They're going to face Clement. It was against Detroit. A.J. Hinch decided to walk Anthony Santander, bring Ernie up. Ernie delivered. Now Mike Schiltz walks Addison Barger. Clement hits with runners on first and third. No outs, 6-6 bottom 11. Estrada's pitch. Popped up back behind the plate, foul, 0-1.
And there's a gigantic hole on the right side. We've seen Ernie shoot that hole a bunch. Jake Cronenworth is playing towards second base, trying to cut off that single up the middle. And Gavin Sheets is holding on Addison Barger at first base.
A 1 pitch. Hit high. Right field. Medium depth. Varsho tagging. Catch made by Tatis. Varsho dekes and decides not to go. Strong throw. It would have got him. So the Blue Jays are going to hold, and it's still 1 out. Runners on the corners.
That's a great call. Dalton Varsho probably wanted to go on that play, but with nobody out, Nathan Lucas coming to the plate, a good hitter, a guy that can get the barrel to that baseball. That's a good job staying at third base.
1 down, first and third. 6-6 game, bottom of the 11th. Nathan Lucas hitting. Estrada kicks and deals. Called strike. Lucas does not have a hit today, but he's been on twice. 0-1. Outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. It's felt about 5 times today like the Blue Jays were going to win the game. It's felt 3 or 4 times like they were going to lose it. This is a massive opportunity. Infield is shaded into the line. Outfield in as well. Varsho on third, the 1-1. Swing and a miss. Late swing on 97, 1-2. Lucas is a tough guy to double up. At this point, you just want him to shorten up, get something in play, give Varsho a chance to score. 1-2 pitch. Foul back. Did shorten up on that swing and rocked a foul ball back into the boxes. RBI triple to start the frame, then an intentional walk. Fly ball hit by Clement wasn't deep enough to score Varsho. So 1 out, first and third. 6-6, bottom 11. The 1-2. Check swing. Pitch was high. Peel down to third. No swing. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Everyone who's remained to the 11th collectively holding their breath right now. Lucas batting with the game on the line. 2-2. High, ball 3. Should Lucas walk, Jonathan Clase is on deck. Three balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Estrada kicks and deals. Swing and a bouncing ball through the whole left side. Blue Jays win. Blue Jays win. Nathan Lucas, the hero, in a 7-6 extra inning walk-off to sweep the Padres.
Well, how about that? The bottom of the order comes through again in a big situation. Ernie Clement earlier this week. And now Nathan Lucas, a guy that is slowly looking like an everyday big leaguer. What a big win for this team.
The Blue Jays give up the lead and come back twice after initially coming back from being down early. And they get above 500 for the first time in a long time. It's a good day to be a Toronto Blue Jays. 7-6, the final score in 11 innings. We want to get you over to Blair and Barker, so stick around. Appreciate you tuning in today. For our technical directors, Tom Young and Christian Chinini, our host and producer, Show Ali, and my partner, Chris LaRue. I'm Ben Schulman. 7-6, the final. Blue Jays 25-24. Stick around after the break. We'll have Blue Jays talk with Blair and Barker. You've listened to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by your local Crown Rust Control Center, streaming on the Sportsnet app and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations, where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
Decking isn't just about wood. It's about creating the perfect outdoor retreat, and it all begins with the right materials. Essentials you always find at Trex, the leader in composite decking for over 30 years. Sustainable, durable, beautiful. Trex isn't just decking, it's a lifestyle. From homeowners to pros, everyone knows Trex delivers unmatched quality. Ready to transform your backyard into a dream space? Find Trex at Timbermark, Canada's building center, where your outdoor vision comes to life.
This is Toronto Blue Jays baseball.
Green kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss! They defeat the Mariners
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Sportsnet Radio Network.
All right, welcome to a very quick edition of Blue Jays Talk. The Blue Jays beating the San Diego Padres in extra innings. What? Oh, Barker can't hear himself. 7-6, the Blue Jays beating the San Diego Padres. And the Jays are 1 game above 500. Breaking news, Brendan Shanahan has and the Toronto Maple Leafs have parted ways. We'll get you over to Bourne, Kiprios, and McKee in a few minutes, and they'll walk you all through that. But, Kevin, we've got to talk about this game. Look, 4-2 going into the 9th inning. Jeff Hoffman gives up a home run.
Yeah.
All the drama in extra innings. We're sitting here saying, God, this would be a gut punch to lose a game like this. I mean, you had so many good at-bats. Mm-hmm. You got a chance to sweep the Padres, which they have done, by the way. They have now swept the San Diego Padres. And then extra innings, you get all that drama. You get a couple of missed chances. The bullpen's on fumes. Mm-hmm. And then, Nathan Lucas, man, 98 miles an hour, punches one through the left side. Jays win. Nathan Lucas, Addison Barger, those are the guys in this in this series that really wrote themselves large.
Yeah, you got to remember too. You got to remember too. Starting the game, no Kirk, no Santander, no Springer, and then they fill in the blanks the way they did. Yeah. Not a very good start from Bowden Francis either. Again today, bullpen filled in nicely. Right, you mentioned Hoffman. It's just coming out of the pen, having the good release point. Throwing sort of to a guy's weakness instead of your strength sometimes make you scratch your head a little bit. But again, this is sort of what a team does, right? That fighting and clawing at home, get the right guy up at the right time, have the no quit attitude, have some quality at bats. Nathan Lucas, how about that? 1-2 to a 7-pitch RBI single to left, walk off. How about that?
7-6. The Blue Jays have beaten the San Diego Padres in extra innings. We're going to step away, come back, take a look around Major League Baseball, put a bow on this. A big win for the Blue Jays. A good day to be a Blue Jays fan. We'll get back to Blue Jays talk after this break.
Insulation that does more than keep you warm? That's rock.
Estrada kicks and deals. Swinging a bouncing ball through the whole left side. Blue Jays win. Blue Jays win. Nathan Lucas, the hero, in a 7-6 extra inning walk-off to sweep the Padres. Well, how about that?
That's what I'm talking about, insiders. Walking off, Blue Jays. Thank you for being here and hanging out with us today on this historic day. And we got the brooms out. We've got the awards, the play button. Our new water bottle just showed up as well. What a day. What a start. Oh, look, Sarah's home from school too. All right. Thank you all for hanging out with us. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, I think tomorrow, right? Blue Jays against the Devil Rays in Tampa is the next series. Thank you all for hanging out with us. Shroom, Stefan. What are you doing? Are you just giving me the bunny ears behind my head? Oh my gosh! What do you think of that? Go Jays, go! We'll let Blue Jays talk run as always. And then we will send you over to one of our streams tonight for either the Panthers and the Canes or OKC Thunder, home of your Mr. Canada MVP of the NBA, SGA.
What if I just dropped it?
Don't do that. All right, we'll see you back in the chat. Enjoy Postgame. Jays swept it. Let's go, Blue Jays.
Is 100% committed to their product, to you, to their community, which is your community. Protecting you and what matters to you is equally important as protecting your vehicle. Did you know spring's the best time of year to protect your vehicle from rust? For a special spring offer, find your local family-owned Crown Rust Control Center at crown.com.
Buck Martinez here to tell you about the huge Double XL free topping pizza from Pizza Pizza, just $19.99. That's a whopping 18-inch 3-topping thing of beauty for only $19.99. So hurry into Pizza Pizza today and bring a big appetite for a hot and fresh Double XL pizza. I'm loving this big voice. I may just call the game this way.
Go to pizzapizza.ca. Knock all your summer projects out of the park with Home Hardware, the official home improvement retailer of the Toronto Blue Jays and your DIY partner in making your dream home a reality. From gardens to garages, back decks to front doors, refreshes and renos, we're here to help you cover all your bases and make every summer project a home run. Visit any of our 1,000+ Home Hardware and Building Center locations where we're proud to be locally owned and genuinely Canadian.
This is Jose Berrios, and you're listening to Toronto Blue Jays Baseball on the Sportnet Radio Network.
3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Estrada kicks and deals. Swinging a bouncing ball through the whole left side. Blue Jays win. Blue Jays win. Nathan Lucas, the hero, in a 7-6 extra inning walk-off to sweep the Padres.
That was Ben Shulman with the call. The Blue Jays move a game over 500. They have swept the San Diego Padres. Now it's on to Tampa to play the Rays in a series beginning tomorrow. Time now to take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard with Bet365. You can download the Bet365 app for today's baseball odds and find out why it's never ordinary at Bet365. The New York Yankees continue to roll. The New York Yankees are now 30-19. They beat the Texas Rangers 1-0 today. And Baltimore had their game rained out against the Boston Red Sox. Elsewhere, the Philadelphia Phillies, at the bottom of the 7, they're leading the Colorado Rockies. And in the top of 5, the Oakland Athletics, who are in a bit of a skid right now. They are ahead of the Los Angeles Angels 3-1. So we take a look at the American League East standings. As soon as my computer loads them, we mentioned the Yankees are 30-19. The Blue Jays, a game over 500 at 25-24. Boston's 25-26. Tampa, 23-26. They have won 2 in a row, though, and the Baltimore Orioles are bringing up the back. 16-32. Let's talk about the way the final inning unwound here. Kevin Barker, Dalton Varsho with a hustling triple into the right field corner. Nathan Lucas comes up against Jeremiah Estrada, throws hard.
Real hard.
Makes contact in a 98-mile-an-hour pitch. Now, according to the strike box on TV, it was a little outside of the strike zone. But you talked about this, that the first pitch into the at-bat, you said, I think Nathan Lucas is going to have a good at bat here. He had a lot of good at bats.
Well, I don't know about you, but to begin the season, if you would have said right guy, right spot, you would have looked at me like I had 9 heads and I didn't know what I was talking about.
I would have said you were talking about Vladdy.
Yeah, but this is exactly what, right? After about the first 2 pitches, Nathan Lucas knew exactly how Estrada wanted to get him out, right? Power elevated. How many dudes on the Blue Jays team can get to 2-strike 98 above the zone, middle up? I don't know too many.
No.
You know, without jumping at the baseball, right? Velocity makes you jump. It makes you want to have the twitch to try and get the barrel out in front just to make contact. He didn't. He seems to be able to slow it down in sort of those big moments with 2 strikes because he can use the entire field. He's not trying to pull a baseball or hit it up the middle. He's just trying to put it in play to the big part of the field. You let it travel a little bit because of how hard the guy's throwing, gives you a chance to have success. So I do right now. It's going to be hard to take out a lineup. Know about you?
Well, I mean, listen, again, I don't want to overlook the Addison Barger's game either. It is remarkable when you look back at this game. There were a couple of plays, a couple of throws that he just made routine, and they were not routine throws for a third baseman.
Yeah, he's got a good arm, right? I mean, the footwork over there, he looks like he's getting more comfortable. Remember, too, he's hitting. How many times have I said this to you?
3 hits today, 3 for 4 with a walk.
It is amazing, right? I mean, they're putting him in a cleanup spot. So they seem like they got enough confidence in him that, no matter where they put him, he's going to just continue to have his at-bat. Right? I mentioned this on the morning show today. He's starting to find third gear instead of always wanting to stay in fourth gear, right? It's not the easiest thing to do because a lot of people can't reach fourth gear. He's starting to be able to just let it travel, stay within himself, not take the big daddy hack all the time, using the entire field. We saw him take a slider, sort of on the break, let it travel, hit it the other way. When's the last time you saw him do that? So, yeah, everybody's doing their part, which is a big deal.
Don't want to end in a negative here. Got to talk about Bowden Francis. So credit John Schneider with a quick hook today.
Got to. Well, I mean,
you had to.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, he's looking at third time through, right? I mean, I wrote that down. I can't seem to find it.
Well, that happened a long time ago.
Oh, it did. Yeah, right. They're slugging 686 third time through. So it made it a real easy decision when you're trying to bring him out of the game. He's got to learn how to pitch in. Until he does, I think we're going to continue to see this, right? I mean, what he throws, 77 pitches. He threw 3 fastballs in. The one to Machado, the one he flew out on, the one to Merrill that he took, the 3-2 to the fly out to Sheets. 2 of those were jam shots. One of them he didn't want to swing at. If you're Bowden, you just see the 3 pitches out of 77 that he threw in that they don't like. Maybe you start living there a little bit more. I don't know. Figure out how to throw in.
Jeff Hoffman goes up the 2-run shot today.
Yeah, I mean,
Gavin Sheets, 5 RBI. Gavin Sheets with the 2 home runs.
Well, I mean, it just seems like it didn't want to throw him a heater. After the home run that he gave up to Bowden on the fastball down the middle, it just didn't seem like they wanted to throw him a heater. I mean, sometimes it's your best pitch. I would think Hoffman thinks that's his best pitch. I locate a fastball on the black away. Sheets bridges me to left field. I'm going to run around the bases with him. But I'll bet you I don't think he can do it. Right. So maybe start there, right? I mean, people been hitting his split finger a little bit. Maybe it's time to make some adjustments just when it comes to how much you throw, who you're throwing it to, and what part of the game when you're trying to live in certain zones with certain speeds. So Are you off the charts worried about Hoffman? Look in May, how many runs he's given up. It's got to be a little concerning.
Well,
a little.
And we've talked about this. Look, the stuff is there. The makeup's there. But, you're the one that said it a lot. Being the guy in the ninth inning, night in and night out, it's a different animal than being the guy sometimes in the ninth inning, night in and night out.
Yeah.
No, I'm not getting ready. I'm not saying you bail on him by any stretch of the imagination. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying that maybe this is a little bit of probably not a reality check for Jeff Hoffman. It might be a reality check for the best of us, or for the rest of us. This is a guy who has pitched in leverage, but there's leverage and then there's ninth inning leverage, night after night after night after night.
I'm not there with that yet. I think you figure out how to get the splitting more. You do that, the fastball will play up. Just locate better and be ready to attack the zone from pitch one. It just seems like that first batter, for whatever reason, he's just not on his game. He's got to figure that part out, right? When you're running during the light show, get locked in. That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe they need to change the light show.
Maybe the light show's thing. I don't know.
Maybe the light show's doing
Try
it. All right, 7-6. The Blue Jays have swept San Diego Padres, walking them off. We're going to scoot and turn you over to Real Kipper and Bourne with the breaking news. Brendan Shanahan and the Leafs have parted ways. Thank you for listening to Blue Jays Baseball, brought to you by the local family-owned Crown Rust Control Centers in Brockville and Cornwall. Crown is proud to be Canadian-owned and operated since 1986 to protect your vehicle from rust today at your local Crown Rust Control Center, or you can visit crown.com. Crown is Canada's #1 rust protection.
Major League Play-by-Play is now on SiriusXM Radio and online with the SiriusXM app.
Why do I love calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Calling this game?
Why do I love calling this game? It's because I get a chance to bring some joy into people's lives.
Anything can happen on a baseball field.
We've got a new game!
It's perfectly unscripted theater.
Everybody on their feet!
Because you never know what you're going to see on a given day.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. just walked it off!
There's just something about baseball on the radio.
Something about the way wood hits leather.
A swing and a drive to deep left center!
The way leather hits dirt.
And he made a play! Oh my!
The way a deep fly ball sounds like it's about to change history.
High fly ball to center field. It's hit pretty well toward the wall.
Until the cleats hit the grass, hit the crushed brick, and then nothing but sky and a silent crowd.
That goes high.
Until leather hits leather and 40,000 fans lose their collective minds.
In a perfect symphony of chaos.
He jumped up on top of the wall, balanced himself, and caught it!
The way nothing triumphs a perfectly honest call.
I don't believe what I just saw!
And the way the right voice can make a moment live forever.
Touch 'em all, Joe! You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life!
Outsiders may think this is just two teams.
The ball, a bat, and a microphone, but no.
For over 100 years, this has been the soundtrack of the American pastime.
That's it! It's a World Series win for LA!
The soundtrack of summer. This is Major League Baseball on the radio.
Right now on SiriusXM.
All rise!
Coming in 5.
Get ready to play. 4.
Get up! Get up!
3.
Can you believe it?
Put your seatbelt on.
Wow. Talk about the game and all the stories on MLB Network Radio, SiriusXM Channel 89, and online with the SiriusXM app.
Braves on Internet, 8:42. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros taking the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, Axum 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
Is the National League West the best division in baseball? Well, Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 thinks all of those teams will get stronger over time.
When I think about that division, it's more so about certainty from the rosters, right? Like, you know what you're going to get from those teams. Now, the Padres took a little bit of a step back, got swept, but at the same time, this is a division in which no matter who you play outside of the Rockies, it is going to be a tough battle. Like, whether it be pitching, whether it be offense, whether it be defense, base run, all four of those teams do everything correctly. And they possibly might all be getting better too. So that's the thing, is like, we're still in the beginning of the season. These teams are still ultimately figuring out who they are and trying to figure out roles as well. We're talking about the closer role with the Giants. These teams will get stronger over time.
That was host Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 talking about the National League West Division in Major League Baseball. If you want to hear more interviews or news from around the league and baseball world, make sure to check out MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119 XM 182 and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160 XM 183 and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 870.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
Who is Steve Phillips' favorite player in baseball right now? Well, on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89, he reveals that it's Jacob Wilson of the Athletics.
Jacob Wilson's the other guy. I am dumbfounded by him, with emphasis on the front part of that, by the way, in that I don't know that we've seen a player like this at all. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's got 95 at-bats, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And, you know, he's not a power guy. So in this world of 3 true outcomes of home runs, walks and strikeouts, he's a no true outcome guy. He just goes up there, puts the ball in play, hitting .333 with a .337 on base, the 1 walk. But and that plays right now. Now he hits his on base percentage is what he does. And you wonder whether he can sustain that for the long term. But in 390 at-bats in the minor leagues or thereabouts, the dude hit .401 with a .440 on base percentage and, walked 20 times, struck out 26 times. I don't think you try to change him. Maybe he could be a little bit more selective, but I think the big question is you have to the only way you're really going to walk him is to intentionally walk him. So why throw him anything over the plate? Don't you want to force him to swing at something off the plate?
For more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball and the baseball world, tune into MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208 XM 175 and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209 XM 176 and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162 XM 177 and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m. Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106 XM 179 and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m. The A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137 XM 179 and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138 XM 180 and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139 XM 181 and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119 XM 182 and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160 XM 183 and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
Jeff Joyce hopped on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio to discuss how the Boston Red Sox can move past Tristan Casas' season-ending knee injury.
The outfield feels like where they have more of their depth. First base isn't really a spot where they have a ton of guys. They said no Devers at first base, which kind of on board with because he hasn't played there. He wasn't great at third, a position he knew, so I'm not just throwing him over at first base unless I feel really good about him over there. But they got a couple of guys. Abraham Toro's up and Romy Gonzalez, but that's about it. They don't. I'm sure they could plug and have guys play. They just don't have a lot to throw over there. The good news for them is the three guys up at the top of the lineup are hot right now. Duran, Devers, and Bregman. I mean, Bregman's been playing well all year, but Duran's playing with his hair on fire again, and Devers is mashing the ball right now. And, Abreu's playing well. So the lineup is pretty good, and then they mix and match with other guys. But, first base is a spot now that they clearly need to figure out.
If you're looking for more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball, tune into MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM, Channel 89.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m. Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m. The A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feed on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM, Channel 89.
Have the Miami Marlins found their next star in Kyle Stowers? Well, Clayton McCullough, the Marlins manager, was on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 to talk about how Stowers is someone you can count on.
Top-rate teammate. I think he cares about others. And I think he just does things for the right reasons. We were, talking the other day, and it's just how this game has a way of, rewarding people who just go about and do things the right way. And Dave Roberts used to always say that. And I think that's Kyle, that he shows up. I think he took a lot of lessons from last year, and his previous, stints in the big leagues, with just kind of honestly where he was and what it was going to take for him to be able to, survive here. And so between him and our hitting coaches, and again, they worked on, trying to address some of the top of the zone velocity, and he just embraced it and went to work. And, he just keeps his head down. He's someone you can count on. He's dependable. So, I'd say trustworthy, hardworking, blue collar, and, those are things that kind of sum up Kyle Stowers for me, and just he's diligent.
That was Clayton McCullough on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89 discussing how Kyle Stowers could be the next star for the Miami Marlins. If you want more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball, make sure to check out MLB Network Radio on Channel 89.
On the court and off, your home for the NBA is SiriusXM. Follow all the drama as your favorite team vies for it all. SiriusXM NBA Radio, SiriusXM 86.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870.
SiriusXM NFL Radio Channel 88 brings you expert analysis from former players, coaches, and executives, plus reaction to all the latest news on the only 24/7 station dedicated to the National Football League.
Is the National League West the best division in baseball? Well, Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89 thinks all of those teams will get stronger over time.
When I think about that division, it's more so about certainty from the rosters, right? Like, you know what you're going to get from those teams. Now, the Padres took a little bit of a step back, got swept, but at the same time, this is a division in which no matter who you play outside of the Rockies, it is going to be a tough battle. Like, whether it be pitching, whether it be offense, whether it be defense, base run, all four of those teams do everything correctly. And they possibly might all be getting better too. So that's the thing, is like, we're still in the beginning of the season. These teams are still ultimately figuring out who they are and trying to figure out roles as well. We're talking about the closer role with the Giants. These teams will get stronger over time.
That was host Xavier Scruggs from SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on Channel 89, talking about the National League West Division in Major League Baseball. If you want to hear more interviews or news from around the league and baseball world, make sure to check out MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870.
Hear it all on demand. Your favorite shows, your favorite games. Don't miss a second of your favorite SiriusXM programming on demand with the SiriusXM app. Download it now for free.
Who is Steve Phillips' favorite player in baseball right now? Well, on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89, he reveals that it's Jacob Wilson of the Athletics.
Jacob Wilson's the other guy. I am dumbfounded by him, with emphasis on the front part of that, by the way, in that I don't know that we've seen a player like this at all. I mean, we're talking about a guy who's got 95 at bats, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And, you know, he's not a power guy. So in this world of 3 true outcomes of home runs, walks and strikeouts, he's a no true outcome guy. He just goes up there, puts the ball in play, hitting .333 with a .337 on base, you know, the 1 walk. But in that plays right now. Now he hits his on base percentage is what he does. And you wonder whether he can sustain that for the long term. But in 390 at bats in the minor leagues or thereabouts, the dude hit .401 with a .440 on base percentage, and walked 20 times, struck out 26 times. I don't think you try to change him. Maybe he can be a little bit more selective, but I think the big question is you have to the only way you're really going to walk him is to intentionally walk him. So why throw him anything over the plate? Don't you want to force him to swing at something off the plate?
For more interviews or news from around Major League Baseball and the baseball world, tune into MLB Network Radio on SiriusXM Channel 89.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m., Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m., Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m., Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m., Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m., Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on SiriusXM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees taking the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870. 1:07 p.m., Toronto Blue Jays host the San Diego Padres. Blue Jays on Sirius 162, XM 177, and Internet 868. Padres on Internet 862. 3:10 p.m., Colorado Rockies face the Philadelphia Phillies. Rockies on Sirius 106, XM 179, and Internet 849. Phillies on Internet 860. 3:30 p.m., the A's take on the LA Angels. The A's on Sirius 137, XM 179, and Internet 841. Angels on Internet 853. 6:40 p.m. Detroit Tigers face the Cleveland Guardians. Tigers on Sirius 138, XM 180, and Internet 850. Guardians on Internet 848. 6:40 p.m. Pittsburgh Pirates face the Milwaukee Brewers. Pirates on Sirius 139, XM 181, and Internet 861. Brewers on Internet 856. 6:45 p.m. Boston Red Sox take on the Baltimore Orioles. Red Sox on Sirius and XM channels 89, Internet 844. Orioles on Internet 843. 6:45 p.m. Washington Nationals take on the Atlanta Braves. Nationals on Sirius 119, XM 182, and Internet 869. Braves on Internet 842. 8:10 p.m. Houston Astros take on the Seattle Mariners. Astros on Sirius 160, XM 183, and Internet 851. Mariners on Internet 864. For 24/7 coverage of Major League Baseball, from day one of the regular season to the final pitch of the World Series, keep it locked on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio, Channel 89. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM MLB schedule for Thursday, May the 22nd. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In Major League Baseball, 12:35 p.m., New York Yankees take on the Texas Rangers. Yankees on Sirius 208, XM 175, and Internet 859. Rangers on Internet 867. Spanish Feud on Sirius 209, XM 176, and Internet 870.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. Sirius XM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's Sirius XM FC on Channel 157.
Jeff Joyce hopped on Sirius XM MLB Network Radio to discuss how the Boston Red Sox can move past Tristan Casas' season-ending knee injury.
The outfield feels like where they have more of their depth. First base isn't really a spot where they have a ton of guys. They said no Devers at first base, which kind of on board with because he hasn't played there. He wasn't great at third, a position he knew, so I'm not just throwing him over at first base unless I feel really good about him over there. But they got a couple of guys. Abraham Toro's up and Romy Gonzalez, but that's about it. They don't. I'm sure they could plug and have guys play. They just don't have a lot to throw over there. The good news for them is the three guys up at the top of the lineup are hot right now. Duran, Devers, and Bregman. I mean, Bregman's been playing well all year, but Duran's playing with his hair on fire again, and Devers is mashing the ball right